Good morning, everybody. We are going to convene this Wednesday, February 15th, public hearing of the Transportation Committee. I will just say before we get started, because we do have a full room here, in the interest of safety, I'd ask that you note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you entered are emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, those two doors behind us here will also be available for use. And in the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, go to your right and proceed to the main stairs or follow the exit signs to one of the fire stairs. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from Capitol Police. I know we have several members on Zoom today. I would just say, as we set ground rules for those who are testifying via Zoom, please be aware that our clerk, Samuel Clark, will be promoting those into panelist status. And so you have to be aware of that and look to that on Zoom, accept panelist status, and you will be brought into the room and you will be up shortly to testify at that point. If you don't accept the promotion, you won't be able to testify. So please, those of you on Zoom, please be aware of where we are in the order of things, and be prepared to accept that promotion when you see it online. That being said, I'm excited. We have a robust agenda before us today, a lot of bills. We have a full room here. Thank you all for coming out and participating in democracy. And Representative Lamar, any comments from you, my co-chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to apologize to folks that I'll be having to take place be virtual for the meeting today. I have a sick family member and required to be here this morning, but I'm going to be fully attentive and engaged. And if anyone wants to follow up with me after the meeting, I make myself fully available. But thank you again, Madam Chair, for running the meeting today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. And as I said in our prior meeting, I think we all know as legislators now that being remote works just as effectively as being here. Glad to be in a room filled with legislators, but also glad that those online can participate with us in the public hearing process today. Representative Kennedy, any opening remarks?
I just want to say good morning and welcome everyone for being here to testify. Your testimony is very important to all of us as we make our decisions, as we move forward. So thank you, and let's get started.
Terrific. Thank you, Representative. First on our list this morning is Commissioner Guerrera of the Connecticut Department of Motor Vehicles. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator Cohen. Nice to see you. Are we ready to start?
You as well.
All right, let me start then. So again, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Lopes, Representative Berger Javallo, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy. For the record, my name is Tony Guerrera, Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on several proposals included on today's agenda. I would also like to thank the committee members for their engagement on DMV matters and for your support and ongoing efforts to modernize and enhance DMV services on behalf of the great people of the state of Connecticut. You have my testimony in front of you, so I will answer any questions or any issues that you want to address in regards to proposals rather than me reading them off.
Well, that was short and sweet, Commissioner. Thank you for that. I do want to ask you, we have a room full of folks here this morning with respect to language barriers on the motor vehicle application and motor vehicle licensure test. I wonder if you could speak to your position on allowing more languages to be available for the purposes of licensure in Connecticut.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Senator Cohen. And as you know, we have 11 languages out there right now with the DMV. And what we tend to do as the Department of Motor Vehicles, always look at the population when it comes to languages. If we see an uptick in certain populations in regards to the language that they speak, then the department gets together, assesses the issue, and determines whether we should put that language into place. As you know, we have the 11 ongoing. We also make special considerations, though, that if there's a certain incidents, as we have with the Afghan refugees, that we open up our offices to make sure that we provide services for those individuals, whether it's an ID or a license at a certain branch location to accommodate the people in the state.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And I recognize that it's been the position of the department to have a 1% population threshold before providing specific language available for the purposes of licensure. I do wonder, however, if that is, I'm just going to pause for a minute. If everybody can mute their Representative Steinberg, could you mute your computer? Thank you. Appreciate it. Just a little feedback in the room. One of the hazards of having a hybrid meeting, but still a great thing. So one of the things that I see as a potential issue with that is, and notwithstanding the fact that we have a tremendous influx of refugees, given the war in Ukraine, certainly a high number of Afghan refugees as well. We're hearing from members of the Korean community as well as the Nepali community that they have real growing numbers here in the state of Connecticut, and that the census may not always be accurate with respect to the numbers of folks that we actually have here in the state of Connecticut. And so perhaps that 1% threshold is an antiquated method of determining whether or not a language should be provided for the purposes of licensure in the state of Connecticut. But I also wanted to ask you, we have a bill before us today, SB 995, an act concerning removable windshield placards. And I wondered if you could speak to us, Commissioner, a little bit about the procedure. We don't issue lifetime placards anymore, as I understand it. What is the procedure for those who have lifetime placards, removable windshield placards? Is it possible that those are floating around long past somebody's death or mobility? If you could speak to that, Commissioner, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, and you're absolutely correct. There are placards out there that probably should not be in people's possessions. As you know, you cannot get a lifetime placard anymore. That you have to, send in your information, whether it's for the doctor and the medical condition that you have, and then the DMV determines to make sure that that placard is issued. But it's hard for the DMV obviously to understand or to know how many of those placards are out there because of they've been basically given to family members or even to friends as a scapegoat to use for parking in handicap spaces. We ask that we talk to law enforcement, obviously to look at the placards. If they see it, tag them. But again, a lot of this is in private parking lots at times, and it's difficult for our police officers to obviously do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any process that the department goes through to follow up with the holders of lifetime placards to determine whether they're still in use?
We have a website, or our IT department does go through it and generate it. But again, that is something that we've been struggling with for a number of years. That even the Transportation Committee has struggled with that over a number of years. How do we get those placards out of the hands of the individuals that don't have them anymore? Sometimes they say they don't have them, Senator, but they really do have them. So again, it's a very difficult process. We are weeding them out slowly but surely. It's a lot less than it was 5 years ago or 10 years ago. But again, if I should call your house and say, please hand over your placard, the responses that we may get is that, oh, we don't have that placard anymore. Really, but it's in your glove compartment, as many of us know.
Well, thank you for that. And I look forward to working with the department to drive some solutions as we move forward through this legislative session. We also have a bill before us, SB 610, which is something new to the committee, something new to the legislature concerning a progressive motor vehicle registration fee. The idea being that if a vehicle is valued at less than another vehicle, they may pay less in registration fees. Would love to have your thoughts on that, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cohen. Again, unfortunately, at this time, we can't, the cost to implement such a framework, Senator, it's an IT issue here. Not to say as we move forward through modernization, that some of these bills that come in front of us, especially trying to regulate the registrations or prorate them, whatever may be much easier for the department. But again, as we move forward through modernization, I think you will see, as the co-chair of that committee and Department of Motor Vehicle, moving forward in regards to doing more processes easier and allowing such as a bill like this to even come to fruition.
Okay, I appreciate that and can understand those limitations. I know the state has been working diligently to sort of get us up to speed in terms of systems, but certainly can appreciate that there's limitations right now. And I do see that your testimony addresses SB 15, which is the act concerning the penalty for commercial vehicles on state parkways. You testify that we recently implemented increased penalties. Do you believe that those increased penalties are working at this point, or do we have an enforcement issue? I'd love to hear more about what you think we could do. You did mention that you didn't necessarily think that legislation was necessary here.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Cohen. You bring up a very good point here on this Senate Bill 15. It is working. We are seeing obviously less and less violations. But also what I noticed, Senator Cohen, is something that we have to use technology, whether it's Google, whether it's these so-called navigation systems. Unfortunately, I'm bringing these trucks to these certain areas where they don't know the area. Next thing you know, they're on the Merritt Parkway because they're listening to their navigation system and they bring them there. That is something I would hope that DOT is working with other states and obviously with companies that deal with navigation systems. But at this time, education is a key proponent, working with the outsources of Google, navigation systems, Siri, whatever it may be, to understand that those particular highways are limited and to make sure that they're not part of the navigation system. And I think once we get those two in place, I think you'll see even less and less violations.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. And again, on this, look forward to working with the department to drive some solutions. Any questions for the Commissioner from committee members? Yes, Representative Farrar. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us. And I appreciate all of the answers that you gave to the chairwoman. It was very, very helpful. I think I just had a few follow-up questions, particularly around House Bill 6656, which is an act concerning motor vehicle operators license. Can you share a little bit of more information about the difference between how you perceive the expansion of the written knowledge test to other languages versus the act of reciprocity, which is also in this bill? I just want a better understanding of how the department makes those decisions.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Again, we look in regards to the population in regards to the languages. Seeing that the population, once we see an ongoing, as Senator Cohen mentioned, that 1% rule, and it's something that maybe, obviously, this department is looking into. Obviously, the more that we can expand to help individuals get their license, we're all for that. We are definitely trying to help individuals out to get their ID or driver's license. So when technology does come into play here, where we can offer more things online and a system that maybe we can even do in at-home services in regards to where they could do the test at home like they do with LSATs or other types of tests. I think you'll see even more and more people having the availability to do these driver learner permits.
So Commissioner, can you clarify from the department's perspective, would you prefer greater expansion of reciprocity or greater expansion of a written knowledge test?
I would say the written knowledge test.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I think as Senator Cohen, as Chairwoman had indicated, you know, our current law is based on census numbers, which is very difficult when you're having influx of individuals in our communities, again, kind of beyond those 10-year marks. And I know, you know, Representative Comey and I had submitted a letter to the department last year in requesting a look at Nepalese specifically, since our communities have a substantial Nepalese population and that increases every year. And unfortunately, that was denied. And I'd like to kind of understand, as the best practices that you noted in your testimony that you're looking at, what sort of flexibility you feel like you're currently able to employ under the law, or do you think that we need statutory change moving forward?
Yeah, I would, very good point, Representative. I would say this, that if there is some statutory changes, that would help the department a great deal. So I would say, as a former legislator to another sitting legislator, that once those statutory changes are made, then we have a little easier time implementing these languages, obviously.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's very helpful. I think in looking at some other states, even as our neighbor of New York, they do translation in more languages than we do. And I think, as you said, we can look to some other states that have been more inclusive, particularly with many of our refugee populations. So I appreciate your answers and in looking forward to working with you on this.
Offices, if you know, to really help you figure out how best you want to distribute.
Could all the members of the committee please mute? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Certainly this is an interesting topic for sure. As we all know, we can sort of ask Google to translate anything for us at any moment in any language. And so it seems that it would be a lot simpler, to just have all sorts of languages available to, be welcoming to any population that decides to settle here in the state of Connecticut. But I can appreciate and understand that there are more limitations than that. It's not quite as cut and dry. And so here we are today discussing it at public hearing. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for being with us today. You and I spoke, and one of the things we'd like with our motor vehicles, we'd like all of our constituents to always have a good experience with Department of Motor Vehicles, whether they're doing it in person. Could you tell us a little bit more briefly about the rollout of DMV's mobile unit?
Sure. Are we on mute or? Yes, you can hear me, correct. Thank you, Representative. The mobile unit, as you know, was something that the administration and myself and the Department of Motor Vehicle are looking to do. We are not there yet. Obviously, it's an initiative that we have just moved forward on, but I'm very optimistic that we will see this in place because of technology, Representative. I think what you'll see is a few of our branch members traveling to different locations throughout municipalities, 169 municipalities out there, that will be able to go to the senior centers and offer some limited services. And again, it's not something I would like to roll out where every service is available, but what we'd like to do is make sure that whatever we roll out is successful. And we are under the impression that if we can roll out one or two of these right off the start, that we will have an unbelievable successful rate in regards with people like in our senior centers that can get an ID or a license or even a registration for their vehicle. So as soon as we are ready to move forward with that, believe me, I will be talking to many members of the Transportation Committee to let them know when we'll be doing it, and hopefully to have many of you there.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just one other, HB 6656, an act concerning a motor vehicle I'm sorry. Number 6657, an act concerning non-consensual towing. I read your testimony. Is there anything in addition you can provide to that? I think we have a lot of individuals here that are going to be testifying on that. And I see by your testimony that we did have a hearing back in December of 2022. Is there anything more that you could add to your testimony today? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. This is what will say that Yvonne Parker-Berry, who runs our legal department, was at those hearings along with Chris Smith, who runs our commercial vehicle inspection division. And we heard a lot of testimony. We are diving deep in regards to what some of those issues are. And we will work diligently with the public to make sure that we heard them loud and clear, and we do what's right and fair for everyone.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your time today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Berger-Javallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Commissioner. I just have one quick question on your written testimony regarding House Bill 5971. That's the one regarding registration of composite motor vehicles. You mention that the consequences of impacting emissions testing and municipal property tax complications. Could you just elaborate even just briefly on what those could look like, particularly the property tax complications? Thank you.
Sure, and thank you for that question. Composite vehicles is a difficult subject, Representative, because what is really the cost when we talk about property taxes for this? What is the cost of that composite? We have individuals that do these composite vehicles, whatever it is, and say the value is worth basically, say, a lot less than what it really is. And really, we have no documentation to go by. It's not like you have a 68 Ford that we can go back and look at the value of. You know, a composite vehicle is something that's brand new on the market that someone just basically put together. And what do we have to use in regards to making sure that our municipalities are able to tax that vehicle in the right manner?
Thank you. And can you also speak to the consequences on the emissions testing, please?
Sure. Again, how do you, it's a composite vehicle. And I don't think like our emissions vendor has the apparatus to really test these, even though it might be an engine in there, but it's the vehicle itself. So it's very difficult for them to test it and say that it is meet the emission standards. So it's almost like we should have almost a hearing, not even a hearing, but almost a study on this before we do all this and bring everybody to the table to really understand the effects of what a composite vehicle truly is and what it can be done in regards to, say, emissions on the roadway for safety too, and tax issues.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I look forward to a conversation with you on what that study could look like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions for the Commissioner? All right, seeing none, thank you for your time and energy on this, Commissioner, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Senator Cohen.
Oh, sorry, not so fast. Representative Lamar, my co-chair.
That's okay, Senator Cohen. So sorry, Commissioner, for not being there in person today. As you're aware, illness in the family kind of takes precedence sometimes, and I am home. I just want to say congratulations. It's great to call you Commissioner officially this morning. I appreciate your steadfastness in being able to talk about every one of the issues on our agenda today. I really do appreciate the time and effort you've put into reading through the bills that have been submitted to this committee and that we decided to hold a hearing on. I know it takes a lot of staff time to review each one of those proposals. And rumor has it you used to work here, so you have a sense for like the role that the legislature plays in developing a number of policies, and we look forward to working with you on some of these issues that are important to legislators on this committee. and seeing if we can move some of these issues forward in a more equitable and just way, particularly when it comes to the access for folks who are trying to attain their driver's license. I think that's one that's really hitting a number of communities across the state, and we're going to rely on you quite a bit to help us think through how to more equitably provide that service to more of our members. And I know you have the understanding of and the need for that, so I appreciate your time and effort helping us think through this. So thanks again, Commissioner.
Well, thank you, Representative Lamar, for those nice words. And I will say this, it's always been a pleasure working alongside you when I was a legislator, and it's nice to see you in the role that you are in right now. But I know how important this committee is and how important all of you, what your work is on this committee. And we are, I will say this agency will work extremely hard to make sure we provide the services that the people need. And we will work very closely with your committee and other legislators to make sure that's done. That I will promise you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and for real this time. Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us today.
Thank you, Senator Cohen.
Next up, we have Mr. Dillon of the Connecticut Airport Authority. Welcome, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity. I'm down here to talk about two bills today. First, we want to testify in support of Senate Bill 993, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority. We're also down here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 177, an act requiring municipal approval before the Connecticut Airport Authority purchases or acquires an airport owned or controlled by a municipality. First, Senate Bill 993 is largely the same as the CAA's recommended package from last year. Many provisions of the bill serve as minor corrections to outdated references to the state and other state processes within the aviation and aeronautics statutes that have since been preempted by the CAA's enabling legislation. The bill codifies the responsibility of individual airport owners and operators to ensure safe operations at their facilities and to provide adequate documentation to the CAA to assist the authority in our oversight role of airports throughout the state. I do want to talk, though, specifically about three sections of the bill. Sections 1 through 4 and Section 7 eliminate the CAA as the intermediary in the state's aircraft registration program. Currently, airport operators throughout the state submit annual information to the CAA, which we then forward to local municipalities so that they can coordinate the registration process directly with aircraft owners. The municipalities also collect and keep necessary registration fees from the aircraft owners. These sections remove the CAA as the middleman in the process instead of establishing a process where airport operators can provide the necessary information directly to the municipalities. We will still provide registration stickers to make sure that there's uniformity across the state for evidence of registration, but we feel it's prudent to take ourselves out of the middle and let the aircraft operators deal directly with the municipalities. Section 14 increases flexibility for taxi drivers throughout the state. Currently, you can only pick up passengers at Bradley if you're registered as a taxi driver in Windsor Locks. We would like to eliminate that registration requirement that any taxi driver that's certificated in the state of Connecticut can pick up at Bradley Airport. With the advent of the advent of Uber and Lyft, we've seen there's been a dwindling of the availability of taxis at the airport, so we think this is a prudent move. Section 15 requires that all aircraft owners and operators of aircraft based or hangared in the state maintain a minimum aircraft liability insurance policy. While federal regulations cover commercial operators and passenger carriers, there is no insurance requirement either on a federal or a state level for other operators. So we think this is just a prudent move. There are 12 other states in the country that currently require this level of liability insurance. We're proposing a minimum policy of 500,000 per occurrence and 100,000 per passenger. We believe this to be very reasonable levels given industry standards. The insurance is also very affordable. We have found that you can get a policy at that level for about $300 per year. So we just think this is a good practice to ensure that all aircraft operators are insured. Regarding Senate Bill 177, as I said, we are testifying in opposition to that. We believe this bill inappropriately singles out the Connecticut Airport Authority. We believe land transactions should be between the owner of the property and the purchaser. It is interesting that the bill only singles out the CAA, that the CAA would have to get municipal approval before we acquire a municipally owned airport. It would not apply to private operators, for example, that would frequently purchase airports as well. So we would ask the committee to certainly not pass this unnecessary and discriminatory bill. With that, I'd be happy to handle any questions you might have.
Appreciate you being here with us, Mr. Dillon, and for that thorough testimony, and certainly appreciate your efforts to sort of streamline existing practices with your request for 993 and also make it easier for folks trying to frequent Bradley International Airport to get service there via taxi or otherwise. So appreciate what you're doing there. Any questions for Mr. Dillon from the committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just a quick question. For the insurance, you mentioned that there's already federal and some requirements. What planes wouldn't be required to have insurance that would need to now be covered under your proposal?
Sure. Most revenue producing operations are already required to have insurance by federal statute. What we see as lacking is for general aviation operators. Now, again, most aircraft operators are prudent. They already have that level of insurance, but we think it is prudent for us to put it down as a requirement. So we're talking about privately owned aircraft that operate not in a revenue producing manner.
So these kind of be more like hobby pilots, or how many people would be affected by the new legislation to take on this new expense?
I don't have that specific number off the top of my head. I can get that to you. But it would be for any aircraft that is hangared or based here in Connecticut.
If you could find out how many people would be affected and
Sure.
to see how this is necessary, then I'd be interested.
Sure.
And thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bronco. Any other questions from the committee for Mr. Dillon? All right, seeing none, we appreciate you being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, we have our Senate Minority Leader, Senator Kelly. Welcome, Senator.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning, also Representative Lamar, Senator Huang, Representative Kennedy, and all the members of the Transportation Committee. It's really good to be back in the building and before committees testifying. It's something that has been missed over the past couple of years. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 177 because I think it's something that's a simple, straightforward, really common sense and reasonable approach to an issue that is actually present in the state of Connecticut. Where I live is the town of Stratford, where we host the Sikorsky Memorial Airport that is owned and operated by the city of Bridgeport. But the entire airport rests in the city or the town of Stratford. And what this bill is merely asking is that if the city of Bridgeport decides to sell this airport, that the town of Stratford be involved in the process. Anyone worth their salt in aviation understands that you need the host community's support and backing if you want an airport to succeed. So this would actually help foster that by including the host committee or host community that is actually burdened by the airport to actually be part of the conversation, if you will. To say that it's unnecessary, I think misses the point. I think it's absolutely necessary and actually incumbent on whoever operates the airport. In this case, the town of Stratford would like to own and operate the airport. But they need to be involved in the process. I think that's what legislators understand, that when you have conversation and you have collaboration, we get the best results. It's not by exclusion, it's by inclusion. And that's all the town of Stratford is asking for. They'd like to be included in the process. I don't think that's unreasonable. And I really believe it's abundantly fair. And that's what we're all taught as little kids. Let's just be fair. So that's, you will get written, testimony, but that's all I have for this morning.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Senator Kelly. And I think I might know a thing or two about this based on the towns I represent, though a different airport. But is there any reason to believe that there wouldn't be sort of a collegial and collaborative approach to this should the city choose to sell and bringing Stratford into the fold in the discussions, something that perhaps we don't need to legislate, but would just be done?
Well, that would be helpful if it were being done organically. I mean, even on the airport commission, I believe membership is 8 with the city of Bridgeport, 1 for the town of Stratford. And anytime there's an adverse idea, the votes always go 8-1. And that's part of the problem, is that really the host community needs to have a more active role. And even in the conversations between the city and the CAA, they are having most of those done in executive session. I do know that the town of Stratford has made an offer to purchase the airport, which was entertained by the city for about 10 minutes. And it really should have entertained it more seriously than that.
Do you foresee, should this legislation move forward, foresee any issues with creating just a complete logjam, a stall on any progress with respect to the airport?
I don't believe so, because I think when you look at the town of Stratford and you look at its history, the town of Stratford is home to Sikorsky aircraft. Igor Sikorsky created the helicopter and has been a pioneer in not only developing, but actually manufacturing the world's best helicopter. We have like a tale of 2 Sikorskys, if you will. In the north end of town, you have this endeavor that is absolutely making the best helicopter, not only in the world, but even the one for our president to ride in. At the south end of town, you have the Sikorsky Memorial Airport that for the first time in its existence this past year turned a profit and hasn't been really the regional resource that it could be. So the town of Stratford, home to Sikorsky, it's where the Corsair was built during the Pacific. It was actually manufactured across the street from the airport that helped us win World War II in the Pacific Theater. The greater Bridgeport area is where Gustav Whitehead first flew an airplane. So this part of Connecticut has a rich and cherished history with regards to aviation that we would want to see continue. But I think we need to be involved in that process, not someone that is located in Windsor Locks or in any other community, but actually the people of Stratford controlling their own destiny with their own property within its geographic confines. I don't think it's too much to ask for that inclusion.
Thank you, Senator Kelly, and I appreciate that history. That sounds, it's wonderful to learn a little bit more about Connecticut's history on the whole, and in this case, Stratford. Any questions for the good Senate Minority Leader from the committee? Seeing none, Thank you for your testimony today.
Well, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Next up, we have Representative Cheeseman. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Ranking Member Senator Wong, and Representative Kennedy. I will echo, and all the other great members of the Transportation Committee, I will echo Senator Kelly's comments. It's wonderful to be here testifying in person with a full crowd. I want to thank you for having me here today to testify in strong support of House Bill 5965, which would require driver education on the dangers of driving while under the influence of marijuana. Certainly, members of the General Assembly, and particularly those in the House, will be aware that legalization of commercial marijuana was something I fought tooth and nail, and I still believe was a ill-advised decision. Having said that, we are where we are, and I believe it is the duty of this chamber, of everyone sitting here, to do everything we can to mitigate dangerous results from that action. And I believe including the dangers of driving while under the influence of marijuana in driver's education is essential. Why? You know, we're already saying, oh, it's dangerous to drink, it's dangerous to use drugs and drive. I think the main reason, in my view, is the perception that if you're stoned, you can drive safely. And this is borne out by research. 6 in 10 drivers surveyed by Mothers Against Drug Driving who use marijuana felt driving while stoned wasn't a big deal. In fact, I think AAA, who's going to testify later, cites a University of Connecticut study. The average survey participant did not believe that cannabis affected their ability to drive. Did not believe that cannabis affected their ability to drive. And more than 40% of those people surveyed didn't wait for it to get out of their system. There's a survey recently done that I cite in my testimony. Most users think they're safe after an hour and a half. This is not the case. It takes 4.5 hours to be out of your system. And given that young drivers statistically are less safe, they need to be told the same way they are told drinking and driving is wrong and dangerous, that using marijuana is wrong and dangerous. We don't want any family to get the phone call that their loved one has been killed. We saw a 41% increase in driver passenger deaths in 2022. We need to make sure as our young people get behind the wheel that they know marijuana and driving don't mix. Particularly marijuana, drinking and driving don't mix. I want everyone to be safe. I want everyone to be aware of the dangers of imbibing and driving. So I strongly urge this committee to send this bill forward because it's something we need to do to keep everyone in Connecticut safe. I want to thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. You certainly know your stats and appreciate you bringing them forward to this committee because I think they're really important, integral to the discussion. We have heard from the DMV as well as other driving schools that there is a driving under the influence component of driver's education already. I also recognize that you had proposed your own bill on this. It's not the bill before us today, but you did have a bill prescribing a certain number of hours with respect to driving under the influence of cannabis in particular. Do you have a recommendation for the committee, recognizing that there is already some level of driver education here with respect to driving under the influence? And what would that look like?
Well, I think we could certainly look to Massachusetts, and I know AAA is going to be here later. They've produced a video on shift gears driving while high. I think the difference is that there is this perception that driving while stoned is not dangerous. You hear people, oh, I'm a better driver because I drive more slowly, or I drive, I'm more careful. No, it affects your depth perception, your ability for lane changes. And let's face it, if you're doing 20 on I-95, you're as much a danger as if you're doing 80. So again, it's this belief that it's safe to drive while high. And I don't think that's the case with alcohol. Mothers Against Drunk Driving have done such a great job. Don't get behind the wheel. And I think we need to carry that message home that this is a particularly, this drug has effects on your body that you may not perceive, but render you unsafe behind the wheel. I think that's the difference. And I think the recent legalization makes people think, oh, no big deal. Particularly if, I hope not, in their own families, they may see family members using and driving. They may even have been in cars with family and think, oh, it was fine. I think this is a really important message to get out now. I know when we debated this bill based on Colorado statistics, they saw a 140% increase in drug driving deaths that they could link to marijuana after legalization. And I looked around the chamber and I said, in 3 years, based on that, every single person sitting in this chamber would be dead. We don't want that to happen here. We have seen the pain caused by accidents and loss of life. And I do think, again, particularly for young people who, as I said, are statistically less safe behind the wheel, we really need to drive this message home. And I would, I welcome the AAA has offered that, the use of their video to include in driver's ed classes. They also suggested at the retail establishments, there be leaflets that explain the dangers of driving while high. I think we need to look at the whole toolbox, but in particular today, I do think, again, look at what Massachusetts did. And I will say Massachusetts is the only country only state we could find that actually mandates this be included in their driver's education of all the states that have legalized a retail marijuana. I think Connecticut should be number 2. I don't want any family to get the phone call and discover that this was why.
Thank you, Representative. We've certainly, as a legislature, seen an alarming increase in the number of incidents of driving under the influence. And I think it is incumbent upon our committee, upon the legislature, to really address that. And I thank you for bringing your testimony forward today, for proposing legislation on this and for raising awareness, because I do think it's something that we need to contend with in light of cannabis legalization. And I tend to agree with you. It's a little early in the public hearing process, but I do think we need to do something to address this and agree that perhaps Connecticut can be number 2. Representative Kennedy, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Rep. Cheeseman, for being here. And thank you for your passion for this. It really is so important. And we have just seen such an increase, as has been stated, in impaired driving. Just could you tell me a little bit about it more, maybe the hours, how is Massachusetts working it into the program? Because we know that in Connecticut, they do take, there is a portion of the driving courses that are regarding alcohol. But you want, this is specific to cannabis, is that correct?
Yes, and I think, again, perhaps using, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, using that video that the AAA has produced. And then I would add a section just talking about the real physical effects. I think one of the other real dangers is with edibles, where very often, you're consuming it and you don't feel an effect. I'm not speaking personally here, but one doesn't feel an effect and continues to have a brownie or a cookie. And before too long, one is very impaired. Now you could do that and then drive and discover you really can't function well. So I think the particular nature of, how you take it, whether you're smoking or vaping or eating, and the effect on the body, the possible delay, but that you're not safe. So if you are going to use what is now a legal substance, be like, drinking, just don't drive.
And I want to thank you again for your testimony. And I do hope we see this move forward.
Thank you.
Maybe it'll be parts of your bill that you proposed and what we have before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Representative Lamar, my co-chair from New Haven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Representative Cheeseman, for your testimony today. I, again, apologize for not being there in person. Sick family member, I beg your indulgence. I just have a few, I think, questions about how we would implement this. I think I agree with treating cannabis separate from other types of drugs that are being used. Like the current training doesn't make a distinction necessarily between a variety of prescription drugs and drugs that are recreational in use, certainly not legal in statute, and marijuana, the cannabis, alcohol, right? And I think there is a message that the state sends when it has a legal product that is available on the market. Do we in some way send a message that this is safe, or individuals are able to use this responsibly and then also engage in other responsible activities? And I think creating a more structured parallel with how we treat alcohol is the right approach. And there does need to be a distinction between this and other drugs that are seen as illegal, and the messaging is consistent that there is no responsible way to ingest or use those drugs and drive. And I think I'm struggling with how we treat cannabis vis-a-vis those drugs and how we treat it versus alcohol. So I'm interested in how Massachusetts has found that balance.
Well,
Your original proposal had recommended like a 4-hour training separate on cannabis, and I thought that was a little too much. But I think you're right that there does need to be a greater delineation in how we view cannabis versus vis-a-vis other drugs. So I'm looking forward to AAA's recommendations. I'm looking forward to driving school's recommendations. So if you could just maybe elaborate a little bit more on how we could distinguish cannabis from alcohol.
well,
versus-
and
that'd be
not,
great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
right.
Well, Not, I'm being well over the age of 16 or 17. I haven't done driver's ed in a while. But I presume as we're doing the alcohol education, let's face it, if you're a 16 or 17-year-old, it's illegal for you to use alcohol anyway. And the same would hold for cannabis. You are not allowed in the state of Connecticut to legally use cannabis until you're the age of 21. So I think in some ways it's a parallel message. If you want to say, there are safe ways to use this, but one, you're not of age, so you're not going to find out for 4 or 5 or 6 years. And two, safe ways to use this do not include getting behind the wheel in less than X amount of time. I mean, I think the difficulty with cannabis, unlike alcohol, as we all know, is there's no blood alcohol content over which you say, you're definitely impaired. What the study I cite found was that in the controlled study, people using cannabis felt they were safe long before it was sufficiently out of their system to drive. And as this plays out, I think it's going to be, working with law enforcement, what is the limit? But I do think the message to young people has to be consistent. And as I say, if you model it on the use of alcohol, this is illegal for you to do, but two, when you reach the age when it is, these are the rules you need to follow to keep you, yourself, your loved ones, and everyone else on the road safe. And again, look at Massachusetts. I suspect other states are going to be looking at this. And if they haven't already, I think they should now. Because again, we don't want people to be made unsafe because of a substance we made legal because we have not clearly explained the dangers.
Yeah, I think I really appreciate that. I think trying to create that linkage and that parallel treatment with alcohol is the appropriate way to approach this. I'm fascinated by Massachusetts' approach, and I'm looking forward to seeing the videos and seeing what they've incorporated into the driver's ed, because I do think it's a more nuanced approach than I'd originally heard folks suggest. And I deeply appreciate you bringing this forward. And this one's the majority leader's bill, but I know you introduced one similar to it. And I think this conversation is going to evolve over the next few months. And I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness that you've attached to this. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will add, and then I'll let you go because I know you have lots of people waiting. I think the other difference with alcohol is, again, all the research shows if you start using this young, the chances of becoming addicted are very high. At 1 in 6, if you start using under 18, I mean, there are genuine differences in the development of the brain and the parts of the brain that affect impulse control and, you know, the higher thinking skills. So maybe that goes in the health classes at school, but today when we're talking about this, I think it's very important that we include this in driver's ed to keep everyone in Connecticut safe and allow them to have the kind of lives we know they want to have.
Thank you so much, Representative Cheeseman. Don't see any other hands raised. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next on the list is Representative Ackert, who I do not believe is with us yet. So I am going to skip down to the good House Minority Leader, Representative Candelora. Welcome, Representative. Is the microphone on, Representative?
Thank you. This is the first time I've testified in a room, I think, in 3 years, so I think we have to catch up to speed. But thank you, Chairman Cohen, Chairman Lamar, and then I know our ranking members aren't here, but just to address all the members of the committee, I wanted to testify in favor of House Bill 5371. And simply put, to summarize it, what this is doing is setting up an option for car registrations at DMVs for, in particular, used car dealers, the smaller dealers. Now that we've moved to an online platform, it was interesting to hear that they need to register their vehicles the same way everybody else does. And there could be up to a 3-week waiting period. Our new car dealerships do have the ability to register vehicles, but our smaller mom and pops do not. And I think these online platforms are great for people. They're convenient. And as we're sort of transitioning where you still need to go to DMV for certain functions like registering a car, in particular, a used vehicle when it's sold, trying to accommodate them. It used to be that DMVs had a dedicated line for commercial dealerships, so they could go right to that line and sell their vehicles, and they no longer do. And so now they're just getting in line with everybody else, and it certainly does impact their business. I heard from one dealership, it's an auto body repair shop in my town, where they tried to register a vehicle, the paperwork wasn't right, and it took them a whole nother 3 weeks to try to get it registered again. So it was up to a month and a half in order to sell one vehicle. So this legislation is just seeking to try to create some type of, whether we do it online, through a unique ID or a physical presence in the motor vehicle where they could actually register the vehicle, same day or within a couple of days. I'd also like to mention, the bill that Representative Cheeseman testified on, 5965. It is also a bill that I think our caucus, also supports. Having teenage drivers and going through the process with their perception of marijuana. Even though it's 21 and older, it is probably as impactful now on our youth as alcohol is, and when I was growing up. And I think the children need to really be educated, especially when they're getting behind a wheel. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us, Representative. I'm sure you're aware that with respect to 5971, the commissioner has come out in opposition to it. I wonder if there's some sort of middle ground that we could figure out between the two, because certainly we don't want these antiquated systems for these dealers to have to go and stand in line and have an onerous process. And I think some of the commissioner's concerns really deal with another section of the bill and we could probably come to some mutual understanding. So I am grateful for you bringing your testimony forward today. I know it is not on your testimony, but I want to, just because we have a mutual constituent who's very passionate about windshield placards,
Yeah.
and just wanted to, and don't feel like you need to, but just wanted to give you the opportunity, if you wanted to speak to the bill before us on windshield placards.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And I did see that bill. And as we've been really grappling with this issue of these lifetime permits slowly being, filtered out of the system, I think we do have an enforcement issue with the handicap parking. There's a lack of understanding, especially in the medical field, of when they're issued. And so having them expire is something that's important, but getting them out of the system, because people that really need those spaces, especially the ones that are wheelchair bound with the hash marks, don't have the ability to utilize those spaces because they're being taken up by people who may not need those placards anymore. And certainly the lifetime ones, as I've heard, they have been weeded out, but I do think there's sort of an enforcement issue that we have, in part because I think, our police forces are strapped doing other things. But is there a mechanism somehow that we can, facilitate that to make it more quickly? I think is important.
Thank you for that. I know you and I had worked about last session on sort of establishing a working group. So I appreciate you providing some testimony. Yes, Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming here and speaking today about the small used car dealers. Do you have any sense about how long this has been a problem? Is this a long-term problem or something that was exacerbated by the pandemic?
Well, I think it was the transition to the online platform is right now. I was surprised to hear that these smaller dealers get in the same line that we all get into. And when you're registering a vehicle, it's tough to wait 3 weeks to register your vehicle at times. And it does happen if you buy a car out of state, you're going to need to go through that process. For businesses, they really need that same day turnaround. And I think it's putting our smaller mom and pop used car dealers at a disadvantage to our larger dealerships that have the ability to register vehicles in-house. And I am concerned with the population it hits because, our lower income communities rely on those small mom and pop dealers to purchase their vehicles, and to have to wait that long to register it is an issue.
And I think this is an excellent point about out-of-state registrations, because I have a used car dealer that's been dealing with this problem for a while now. He's about 1/10 of a mile from the Massachusetts border. There's a lot of cross-border trade on vehicles. And what he does specialize in is low-end, basically beater cars that people can drive, get very cheaply and drive for a while and then move on. So yes, it definitely does hurt that population when you can't, this particular dealer would hire somebody to go sit at DMV to be able to register the cars, and he had to pay somebody else, which increased the base cost of the vehicle that he had to charge. I know for a while that he had dealt with a couple of new car dealers to handle this for him, but they were starting to get reluctant to deal with that as well. I just wanted to really appreciate you bringing this up, because this is a problem just not confined to a few small areas, but quite a few. So thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you again for being with us. Okay, so we've reached the hour mark in our hearing. So we still have a couple public officials left to testify, but we'll start by alternating between the general public and our public officials. Just please be aware that members of the public will have 3 minutes to testify. Our clerk over there will be taking time, and we will go through our list accordingly. So next we have Tim Brooks, curtain livery. Is Mr. Brooks with us? Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Tim Brooks of Curtin Transportation Group, a third generation transportation company, which provides a wide array of transportation services for Connecticut for over 100 years. We have offices in Waterford, Waterbury, and Stratford, employing over 300 of Connecticut residents. We are here today to support Senate Bill 628 concerning non-emergency transportation with a stretcher van permitted by livery companies. When approved, this bill would allow people with disabilities that prevent them from being able to sit or stand the same transportation opportunities wheelchair-bound people without the stigma of riding in an ambulance. Further, it would reduce some of the burden on the already taxed ambulance companies that have difficulty obtaining qualified EMTs and other medical personnel, leaving the remaining staff and equipment being able to tend to true emergency situations and medical needs. To ensure the public safety, the requirements in this bill are: transportation will be for non-emergencies only. Passengers must be transported utilizing a stretcher. Does not require medical attention during transportation. That's the key. Does not require medical transportation. An attendant, in addition to the driver, must be utilized. Not all seniors who wish to visit families or attend community functions with temporary or lifelong disabilities, or people seeking non-emergency transportation need medical care. Having the ability to enjoy services of livery companies that is oriented to handling passengers' comfort and needs will only contribute to the quality of life for Connecticut citizens. We submit that by the passage of this bill, it will improve the quality of life for many of the citizens of the state by allowing transportation to loved ones' homes or attending functions without the high cost of ambulance transportation. An example of this, an ambulance ride recently in New London area cost $800. In a stretcher van, the cost would be closer to $300. Also, reduce attention to the person with disabilities not having an ambulance as a form of transportation. In closing, we would like to stress the fact that in no way would the passenger be a patient. The definition of a patient by all accounts are a person receiving or registered to receive medical treatment. The riders of stretcher vans defined by this bill is someone who is required to be transported in the supine or prone position that has no need for medical attention. Certified livery companies will never carry a person in need of medical attention and is clearly defined in this bill and would be subject to doctor's orders. Please vote in favor of State Bill 628 and allow citizens confined to stretchers the same opportunities and lower costs that wheelchair-bound and ambulatory citizens have available to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks, for your testimony. I wonder, could you, we have several pieces of testimony in opposition
Yes.
to this bill. Did you, first off, did you submit written testimony to the committee?
I did.
Okay, perfect. So that should be uploaded shortly. I wonder if you could tell me, is there any type of training or additional experience required should your company have the ability to transport these persons with disabilities?
Yes, absolutely. We would do the same training that they would receive for an EMT or on an ambulance as far as lifting and transporting a patient, a passenger on a stretcher. We would do the same exact training that they would do.
Okay, perfect. And is there any further liability insurance that would be required of your company?
Not to my knowledge. We already have the same liability insurance as we transport wheelchair patients.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Any questions? Yes, Representative Riss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Brooks, thank you for your testimony. Just out of curiosity, you mentioned Waterbury, and do you have an idea of how many transportations we're talking about on a yearly basis, roughly?
I know in my tenure there in Waterbury office, we had received 2 calls for people seeking transport on a stretcher that were non-medical transports, and we had to refuse those because we are not licensed to do that. So
Thank you, Mr. Book. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I think you outlined it really well, and why anybody that would possibly be opposed because of the concerns of, right away, I started to think, well, what happens if this person, needs some medical attention? But you outlined it really well. It's only for individuals who do not need any medical attention, and they just have some sort of disability that requires them to be in a stretcher. I'm just really curious, have other states that you know of authorized something similar for livery companies to be able to do?
there currently is other states that do this. I believe it's 7 or 8 other states that allow stretcher vans for non-emergency transport.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks, for your
Thank you.
testimony today.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up will be Representative Robin Comey.
Hello, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Cohen and Lamar and esteemed committee members. I am joined today by my constituent. He's a respected leader and small business owner, RTM representative as well in our town, Ram Shrestha. And as you can see behind me, we have dozens of Nepali immigrants from Branford, West Hartford, and other areas of the state. And I've been working with them to increase access to driver's licenses as a means to improve the economic situation, both for their family and themselves. And I've, briefly just seen the struggle firsthand, whether trying to access a vaccine clinic, whether trying to go to their kids' schools events, or even participating in voting. So I'm going to yield my time today to so you can hear from Representative Ram Shrestha himself. Thank you.
Welcome, Ram.
Thank you. Honorable Chairwoman Senator Cohen, Honorable Representative Co-Chair Lamar, distinguished member of Transportation Committee, and my fellow Nepali Americans right here. My name is Ram Shrestha, and I currently serve on the RTM representing the 4th District of Branford, Connecticut. I would like to thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify at this hearing on the Driver's License Language Bill HB 6656. I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Representative Robin Comey and our Honorable Representative Kate Farrar, right here, for their work elevating the needs of our community. Thank you, Honorable Comey, for yielding your time to me now. I was born and raised in Nepal, and I have been living in Branford for more than past 2 decades. I also served as the president of Society of Nepalese in America for 3 years. Currently, more than 10,000 Americans of Nepali origin live in Connecticut. Connecticut is also a home to many Nepali-speaking Bhutanese and Indian Americans. We all know that language barriers can impose significant disadvantages and can lead to failure to achieve economic and social integration. Connecticut is a very motor vehicle dependent state, as you know, so when a person has no driving license, it means no or very limited access to everything that is important in life. I have seen firsthand the consequences on people's economic situation and mental health. Expanding language access for our community would not only benefit us on a personal level, whose first language is not English, but also would ultimately benefit the state and its economy. Virginia, Maryland, New York, and some other states already offer tests in multiple languages, including Nepali. And because New York offers driver's license exam in Nepali, many Connecticut Nepali Americans are forced to go to New York to obtain a driver's license there. This process itself is not easy or straightforward, and I would be happy to share more about that experience if you want me to elaborate. More than 300,000 Nepalese Americans live in the US, and we are among the one of the fastest growing community in the country. This great country has chosen Nepal as one of the countries eligible for the DV lottery. So due to the diversity lottery program, the Nepali American population is increasingly quickly. We are very lucky, and we are greatly appreciate the US government for considering us the program. However, once we arrive in the US, we have little means to face challenges imposed by barriers like this. So expanding language access to a driver's license will help us in so many ways. So we are here to appeal to your committee and the Department of Transportation to move this important economic issue forward for the Nepali speaking families across the state. Finally, I would like to thank Honorable Kome and Honorable Farrar again for their effort and for going above and beyond to help marginalized community like ours. Thank you, Farrar. Thank you, Kome, and thank you, Madam Chair. If you have any question, I'm very happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony, and certainly so glad to work with you as a member of the delegation and as a representative of the 12th State Senate District. I know that there is a growing number of Nepalese Americans living among us, and I'm so thrilled about that. And we certainly want to make things easier, not harder. So in your opinion, as a representative yourself of the Nepali community, could you speak to about how many residents here in the state of Connecticut are not obtaining their driver's license because of this barrier? And if they were able to obtain their driver's license, what sort of impact do you think that would have, say, on the economy or just on their well-being, being able to transport themselves? You did mention that Connecticut is a drive-heavy state. We are the Transportation Committee, and while we like to think public transportation is readily available, it's not always so. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have exact count, but I would like to share my personal experience. Even in my house, my brother-in-law and my sister, they both drive very good back home, but because of this barrier, they are not able to drive. There are thousands of people are there because of this barrier who cannot drive, number one. Number two, I own a restaurant in town of Guilford and employ about, as you know, Madam Chair, as you know, 2/3, there are almost 7 members in working in the kitchen, and out of 7, almost 2/3 they don't have driver license because of this. And the situation is not what I, as an employer or my employees, had wished to come to this great country. This has become a significant economic burden for me personally and my business during a labor shortage. Because why it is happening? Because I have had to rent a apartment just to keep them there, and then that is a big burden for me and big burden for them too. And without a driver license, my community has very limited option for employment, and they have lost their independence. They are dispirited and cannot help their family as they dreamed. And economically, there are lots of things, like if somebody has a driving license, they obtain the driving license, and then they buy the car, they pay the tax, they pay the fee, everything. The state economy definitely rises, right? So this is the one thing. And second thing, I really want to add something. Would you, if you give me the 30 seconds. During the early days of COVID-19 pandemic, when COVID vaccine had just become accessible to the general population, with the help of our representative Kome, right next to me, a great lady, honorable lady, we actually arranged the vaccination clinic in Brantford for our Nepalese community. I think not in Connecticut, that was the first time in US history, I believe, for the certain community member that early in Brantford Nepali community, we were able to arrange the vaccine at that time, while we had to wait for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months at that time. And it was very hard, but because of her, it was easy for us. And many of our community had worked throughout the pandemic and were part of the essential workforce, so they were anxious to get the vaccine, obviously. However, many of them, especially women, do not have driver's license. We had to recruit volunteers, many who took time off work to help us. So we developed a schedule to give rides to and from the clinic all day long. It took many hours and much effort. We know we couldn't get everyone that day, but those we did bring were very, very grateful. So if everybody had driving license, we didn't have to have volunteers, and they didn't have to, take the off from the work. So this is another my big example. And any questions from anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Shrestha. And I either Representative Comey or yourself, but perhaps this isn't an appropriate question for either of you. And if you don't know, we can sort of dig in a little bit deeper. But you did mention that there has been a workaround, which is getting licensed in the state of New York. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to that process and what's involved in that. But also, do you know of anybody who is obtaining an international driver's license instead? And do you know what the process is for obtaining an international driver's license?
The international driving license, I have no idea about that, because whether it is legal or not, that is even I don't know. But first of all, everybody needs driver's license. We know that. And we have to go to New York to obtain the driving license. Means we have to leave our family here, and our time, our money, everything we lose. And even though, not only that, we lose our state taxes too. So it's very hard, We have, second thing is, we have to stay in New York for some time for the proof of address. So we have to stay there for I think sometime a month or two, just to make the proof of address. And then once we obtain the driving license and we come back and we change into the Connecticut driving license, and we have to pay double here, one there, one here. So this is not what the people dream for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything you want to add on it?
Yeah, I would just say, it's a convoluted process to get a license in another state and then be able to, and then come back here. So like Ram said, he has to, folks have to move to New York temporarily. They have to set up residency, and then they go and they hopefully, take and pass the driver's license. So whatever that time period is, at this time they're away from their families. They're not able to earn in the, in the jobs that they had back home. And then they come back and then they get their license and then hopefully move back to Connecticut and then have to wait, and they have 2 years beyond the expiration date to get your driver's license. And so you have to pay for that whole transfer of your driver's license again. So it's not practical, really.
May I add one more thing? Nepali speaking population means not only from Nepal. Please try to understand this. There are lots of other countries who speak Nepali, like India, Bhutan, Myanmar, right? And some other countries. And the present, I just heard from the commissioner of motor vehicle department, and he says there's a 1% threshold or something. I just came to know. If you calculate, the census is completely undercounted because our people, they don't know how to fill the census, most of the people. So census is very, very, please, this is point to be noted. It is undercounted. So my concern is if you accumulate, if you add Nepali speaking Indian population, Nepali speaking Myanmar population, Nepali speaking Bhutanese population, and Nepali speaking from Nepal, if you add all those population, this goes way higher. But one thing is we don't have the actual count, but this count is way higher than we thought. I said 10,000, it must be more than that if you calculate, if we add up everything. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that important point. And when you are filling out the census, do you fill out, this is a test in my memory, even though we just did it. Are you filling out, it's just says South Asian, correct? Or
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Right, so you're not even, okay. That's helpful. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both. I got to move back to the microphone to see you all. Thank you for being here today. I too want to thank my colleague, Representative Comey, for being such a champion and a colleague together on this, a real teammate. And I feel in many ways that we are sister cities between Brantford and West Hartford in hosting the largest Nepalese community in our state. And we're so grateful that you have chosen in many ways our towns because we are better for you being there. I did want to ask a follow-up question a little bit to your point of how, again, we're determining a count of residents and also how our current law is set up with this 1% threshold. You had mentioned that there's currently approximately 10,000 Nepalese in our state, but you also mentioned that there's many more coming every year. Could you speak to a little bit of the growth of the population, particularly? That would be really helpful for us.
There are lots of process. Number one, when some people say it is Maoist insurgency, some people says it is domestic war. I think 27 years ago, the war went for 10 years. And lots of our people came through the refugee status, became citizen. And once you become citizen, then you have a sibling visa, you have a children, you have a chain immigration, those kind of things, number one. Number two, as I mentioned before, diversity visa. That is, I believe, every year, if you some year, if one person gets the visa, his wife and children under 21, they all get visa. They all get automatic green card. And once they come here, they become citizen. And number third is there are lots of, marries and those kind of things. So now, every year, because of the diversity visa, every year our community is growing rapidly. At least, I believe, I don't have exact count. Every year, 5,000 to 10,000 people come to this great country. So we are very, very grateful. This is the land of opportunity. Not only that, if you come nothing in this great country, but you can spend your life in American dream. I would like to share one more thing. I was here in this country, this great country. I had only $400 in my pocket. Now I'm living in American dream. If you work very hard, it pays off. So the people, like my type, there are lots of people in this great country. So we thank you. This is how we grow our population. It's being grown. Thank you.
For that. And as you noted, again, we might have thousands of individuals here already, but my understanding from you and from speaking with others is there's hundreds of additional Nepalese individuals joining our state, our towns every year. And I think that really kind of lends home the point, not just the potential of being undercounted in the census every 10 years, but because we only do the census every 10 years, we're really losing track again of what this growth is. And again, how we're meeting that need as a state, particularly around driver's licenses. One other question for you, because you noted it so clearly about the barriers for you as a business owner and also kind of what's been going on in New York State. I think we often, honestly, in every committee I almost serve on, I feel like we're having a lot of conversations about our workforce, how we need more workers, how we need to support our businesses, our education institutions, have more childcare, right? All of the above, so we can really ensure that we have a state that can fill many of our open positions. And when I heard you kind of speaking a little bit about these barriers, I couldn't help but think that this is potentially one more barrier for someone to think about residing in Connecticut because of this issue around licensing. So can you kind of share a little bit about how you view the challenge in getting more folks to come to Connecticut or consider Connecticut because they're not able to get a driver's license?
That's right. Suppose I mentioned just before, like, it's very hard to get the workforce without the driving license test in Nepali. We have been going through a lot, especially in the time of the pandemic. It was very, very hard. So most of our ethnic food businesses, they have to either buy the a different house or apartment or something to keep the workforce. So this is big barrier, huge barrier. Suppose, let's think one thing. We all are in this hall. If you don't have driving license for 7 days, what would you do? Do you have any idea? What would you do? You are completely house arrest, aren't you? Exactly same thing is happening to our people. So that's why we, again, earnestly, deeply request to forward this bill. Thank you.
And I just want to add that I've been working, as you know, we go to a lot of a lot of the events in our community, and we see the growing families, right? I mean, we've got now generations upon generations, and they are, going to go to, to college and all of, I was thinking about how to accurately get a understanding of how many Nepali families are, in our state. And the schools, they are all in our public schools. They are all, we have schools in certain districts that have are looking for Nepali teachers. They are looking to hire paraprofessionals and that speak the language. So that's another opportunity. And I've also been working with the community. I've talked to folks about helping out with creating some family daycare, family home care programs within the community themselves, so that so we can get the earliest learners.
Not only that, Brantford school system is looking for the Nepali, teacher for the school system. So this is another great achievement for this kind of thing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you both for answering my questions, for being here. I also just want to thank the chairwoman for her questions earlier today. And I really just look forward to working with the commissioner, with the chairs of the committee, to really do something, I hope, this year that not just serves the Nepalese community, but so many of our diverse communities, especially the refugees that are coming to our state. So thank you, Chairwoman, for the time.
Thank you, Representative. And I think you all bring up good points in terms of how this bill could help with our workforce development issues as well, which is, the economic component of this shouldn't be underestimated. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you both for your time and testimony today. Okay, next we have Representative Acker, followed by Dana Busen. Welcome, Representative.
Well, that one's going to be pretty tough to beat, that one that was just in front of me. Those are some great questions and great testimony. Dear Senator Cohen, Senator Lopes, Senator Wong, Representative Lamar, Representative Berger, Gravalo, hope I did okay, beautiful. Representative Kennedy and other members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tim Acker and I represent the 8th District, which includes Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and Tallinn. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in the following bill on today's public hearing. Proposed House Bill 5382, an act concerning electronic application and issuance of a temporary registration. I won't read the testimony because it's pretty simple. I recently got contacted by a constituent that purchased a vehicle from a private seller, went to register it. We remember back how we would register a vehicle, get a temporary registration. We would take our packet. We would pray that we had the right paperwork. We would walk up to the get in line, be there a little bit. The lines are gone now for a reason. But we'd be in line and we'd get up there, we'd bring our paperwork and hope that we've got our temporary plates. Usually for most of us, you forgot one piece of paper or the I wasn't dotted or something along that line. You just go, all right, be back later today to get back in line. Now it's by appointment. So you could buy the car, go wait in line for 3 to 4 hours, get your temporary license. Now you're said, great, you have an appointment in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And you're like, what do you mean? I have a car. I need it for work. I want to register it temporarily until I get that template and you go and get your time to go get it inspected. So we've gone from a 2 to 3 hour wait, which we hated, to a 2 to 3 week wait to get a car's temporarily registered. I sat there, there's got to be a better way. And I talked to the department about it. And I said, can't we just do an electronic version of upload my information? So fill out a form online, which we can register things online. I just received I went online and got my veterans plates for my vehicle. So I went online, very simple, filled in the form, faxed it in. A couple of weeks later, I got my hard plates. In a temporary registration, they can email you a paper plate. So upload the information into the system, upload as we do, scan in and forward your license, where you live, and the 3 documents I put exactly what it is inside. It's all paper. It's all paper. If anybody's closed down a house recently, I did it all by DocuSign and uploaded everything to sell a house. It's a little bit more cumbersome, I think, to sell a house than it is to register a 1972 Chevy pickup truck, but I guess it's not. So my thought is, and I talked to the department, they said, yeah, that's a great concept. And I said, well, I'm going to probably put legislation in on it. And they didn't support it. They didn't go against it either. But I didn't see there was any other testimony on it. But I just think it's a simple process. Our dealers can do it for regular registration. I think somebody that would be in the community that wanted to just get temporary plates, fill out, and obviously if it wasn't complete, that they would send back, hey, that's not the correct title or whatever it may be, and decline it or move forward with it. But it's really uploading information. I do it in building permits for most of us in the community.
Excuse me, Representative Acker, just a heads up, you're past 3-minute marker.
Oh, I didn't hear the buzzer, but thank you. I will wrap that up and look for any questions. So thank you for that warning.
Thank you, Representative Acker. I actually do have one question for you. Representative Candelora actually gave us some pretty good detail on this as well in support. I am curious, now that you mentioned what the temporary plate, the printing of the temporary plate looks like, in any of the folks that you've spoken to, have they discussed any additional equipment that would be needed to print the proper plate or anything like any costs that they would have to incur in order to be able to do this?
Thank you, Representative, for that question. Actually, I would think you'd be able to email just the form, just the plate and you print it off on a sheet of paper and tape it to your window. It's literally not much different than the cardboard that you have. So I think it's just essentially you have a document that then sends it. Probably numbering wise, you might have something but I can't imagine that it would be any more. To me, I actually believe two things: cost savings, because you're not having somebody sitting there waiting for your appointment, right? And having a body there that you have to go sit with. Secondly, it's all done rather than printing up a plate that it's done. You're printing it off at your home on your printer, and it can just be a sheet of paper that you tape. Most of them are taped inside a window, to be honest. Nowadays, they're not stuck. And I love it when they tape it inside a tinted window. You can't even see them. So but that's here and there. But to me, I think essentially it would be, just something that would actually be a cost savings for the department, and also a value to the community, and not waiting for their appointment to go and sit there just done by an email process. So I think it'd be a cost savings.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from in the room? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative Ackert, for being here and for submitting your testimony. And so I'm just looking at your testimony. And so just clarify me one more time what exactly your proposal will do, because I think you're almost there and your 3 minutes is up. So could you just clarify that briefly for us? Thank you.
Sometimes those politicians can be long-winded, so I apologize for that. Very simply, I believe that streamline the process would be to apply online for a temporary registration. There's documents that need to be submitted to them. So you would have to send them, right now your insurance companies email you your temporary, your insurance process that can be forwarded to the department, along with a bill of sale, along which you actually get the bill of sale document. You can get it right off their website, filled out, emailed back. So you can send a packet back essentially of the necessary items: the registration you fill online, your insurance copy, your driver's or identification, and the title would have to be submitted. So you just scan in, forward on, rather than wait for an appointment and bring the same packet and drop it off at a desk and wait to have that be processed by an inspector online. And they can probably do more than they normally would do. I don't think it's going to be a heavy lift. We do so much online. I mean, I got to give DMV has done a fantastic job. I mean that of streamlining it. I think this is just an addition to what they've already added to their programs.
Makes perfect sense. Almost probably too much sense, right? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Kennedy. Are there any other questions from in the room? And I don't see any online. So I will thank you for your time and thank you for your patience in waiting.
Oh, my
Representative
pleasure.
Ackert.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you. And next up we have, is it Busin? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Buchin. I almost did that and then I backed off of it. So.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify to you in person, as well as via written testimony I submitted. I am here representing many organizations in support of raised bill number 6656, an act concerning a motor vehicle operator's license, in support of eliminating the 1% requirement for the language of the population of at least 1%. I represent the Honorary Consulate of Romania to Connecticut. I am the Honorary Consul of Romania, and as such, I am here to tell you that there are high populations of Roma or Romani people coming into Connecticut, and that's been going on for a while. And they have a limited English proficiency level, and they would benefit greatly from eliminating the 1% requirement and having the driving knowledge test be administered in Romanian. I'm also here on behalf of the Connecticut for Ukraine Refugee Matching program. And this is a creation of the Honorary Consulate of Romania to Connecticut with the law firm of Murtha Kalina. And through this program, we've been able to bring at least 88 Ukrainian refugees to the state of Connecticut. And as such, we join other refugee resettlement agencies as part of an ecosystem that serves these Ukrainian refugees. And I could tell you they could also benefit from the elimination of the 1% requirement, so they could take the driving test in Ukrainian. A word about Ukrainian versus Russian. Russian is one of the languages provided by the DMV. Thank you very much. However, for very understandable reasons, many Ukrainians feel that they should be served in Ukrainian and not be forced to take the driving test in Russian. Their numbers are great. I believe that they're only in the past year, over 1,000 of them came to the state of Connecticut via the United for Ukraine humanitarian parole federal program. So the census, by no means, the 2020 census reflects the correct number of Ukrainians in Connecticut. It's pre-Ukrainian war, as well as it is just a fallible tool of measuring immigrant populations. I also represent the Connecticut chapter of the American Immigration Lawyers Association. And because we're lawyers, we have to point out that DMV, Connecticut DMV, as recipients of federal funds, they could arguably be in violation of the prohibition against national origin discrimination under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and its accompanying regulation if it fails to provide driving licenses or permits to large portion of limited English population people. Eliminating the 1% requirement would allow the Connecticut DMV more flexibility to offer the knowledge test in languages that better reflect the latest demographic trends for new immigrant populations.
Excuse me, Ms. Puchin, just a heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you so much for that. Did you submit your testimony online?
Yes.
You did. Okay. I didn't see it, so I'll be sure to look for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just this morning, so.
Okay, so
maybe-
good. So once it's up, we'll be able to look more specifically, because I am very curious about looking more closely at the civil rights piece that you mentioned. And if you could elaborate on that just a little bit, I would like a little bit more illumination there.
Sure. There is the U.S. Department of Transportation is taking the Civil Rights Act into consideration when issuing guidelines for how languages should be offered by state DMVs. And one of the guidelines they've issued, which is available online, the U.S. Department of Transportation, is to perhaps to offer the language spoken by at least 5% of the population or 1,000 people, whichever is lowest. So in other words, if you have 1,000 people speaking a language that's not yet being provided by Connecticut DMV, it should be provided by Connecticut DMV in order to comply with federal U.S. Department of Transportation guidelines, which have been issued in reaction to the need to comply with the Title VI of Civil Rights Act of 1964. So in other words, better inclusion of immigrants in Connecticut would keep legal liabilities away, and it would satisfy the Civil Rights Act as well as provide the workforce that we need for this economy. A lot of the Ukrainians cannot access the driver licenses, but they come prepared with skill sets. Obviously, they didn't have the opportunity to learn English, what with bombings and war going on in their countries, but they're perfectly willing to do that. However, the process of learning English takes months, if not years, during which they cannot integrate in the workforce if they don't have a driver's license. So this is. And one other word that I wanted to mention is a lot of folks, a lot of these immigrants that are coming under humanitarian parole statuses, as well as refugee statuses, they are eligible for federal benefits, such as cash assistance, etc., if they don't have jobs. And so denying them licenses for prolonged periods of time would result in keeping them under house arrest, so to speak, as my Nepali colleague put it, without ability to work, therefore continuing to be dependent on federal benefits in order to survive. So if anyone raises the issue of what's the cost to taxpayers' money to eliminate the 1% language requirement, I would say, what's the cost to taxpayers' money to not eliminate it? You would keep these folks dependent on taxpayers' money instead of giving them the opportunity to go out there and work and be part of the productive workforce.
I appreciate all of that information on, particularly on the workforce issue, as your colleague who spoke earlier really was able to elaborate. He also mentioned somewhat more briefly the impact on mental health for those who cannot access this driving license. Can you speak to that a little bit, please?
Yes, as someone who just consulted with a Ukrainian family just this morning before I came here before you, family from Kharkiv who has been deeply impacted by the bombings and had to live in a basement for several weeks before escaping the city of Kharkiv. And they report issues, mental health issues, similar to PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, in their kids as well as in their adults. And evidently, driving licenses would go a long way, allowing them to move and attend therapy sessions and receive the mental health services that they need. So it's, as far as I know, I'm not yet aware of therapy via online therapy, but that it's much more beneficial to them to be able to drive. And this is equally applicable to other refugees and humanitarian parolees that are escaping very sensitive situations in their countries.
I would imagine not being able to drive would also just add to that and compound that mental health aspect of this. Thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions in the committee? Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for being here and listening to testimony before you and giving your testimony. I really appreciate you illuminating the stories here today. My husband was a refugee with his family, and so I can't help but be thinking about instance in their family. You know, his father was the only one to get a driver's license, and his mom was more limited, you know, in her economic pursuits because of not accessing that as an option for her. And so I appreciate you illuminating those stories. I have one question about kind of the data when we're thinking about, as you said, kind of the numbers of folks, particularly refugees who are in our state. We can't necessarily look at the census. Do you have any suggestions to us as a committee at where we can find kind of the most accurate data that you would suggest in Connecticut right now around refugees?
Absolutely. You could certainly consult the ecosystem of refugee resettlement agencies in the state. Some of them are here with us today, IRIS, SERI, and others. I think they would have most accurate statistics about the refugees in the state. Another good source to be consulted is the Connecticut chapter of the American Immigration Lawyers Association. I offer to coordinate an effort, if your committee requests it, to assess the number of immigrants, not refugees, but newly arrived immigrants. Other sources of information that are accurate are the community-based associations. For example, as the honorary consul of Romania to Connecticut, I could tell you that I get calls all the time about Roma people coming into Connecticut. How I wake up with calls, hey, have you seen this family singing in a supermarket at the violin? And they were approached and they were asked what language they speak, and they're Romanians, Romas speaking Romanians, and that's how I find out and I get to serve them. Similarly, other community-based organizations like the Nepalis, etc., they have their nonprofits, their restaurants, their community groups that could inform you as to how many people are coming into Connecticut lately from each particular ethnicity. I was planning, if this bill passes, for example, to issue a letter on behalf of the Romanian community asking the DMV and telling them that this is a need for the Romanian speaking population. I'm sure others will do the same. The Ukrainians will do the same, and other nationalities who are seeing an uptick in newly arrived populations. And one other thing I wanted to let you know is that all these community organizations are more than willing to provide translation services for the test, so that there should be no burden. For example, I know I can speak on behalf of the Romanian community when I say we will do it for free. We will translate that driving knowledge test for free and provide it to the DMV free of charge, only so that our people can take the test, get a driver's license, have a life, drop their kids to school, etc.
Thank you for that and for highlighting kind of all of the community groups involved. But I would say, I think on behalf of myself and all of us on the committee, if there is any data that you'd like to share that would be valuable about the numbers of recently arrived immigrants, I think that would be very helpful to our further discussion. And I also want to thank you for bringing up the willingness of many folks in the community to be partners with the DMV around translation, because we don't want cost to be a barrier to making this happen. So thank you for that. And thanks for being here today. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Are there any other questions in the room? Seeing none, I just want to thank you, Ms. Buchin, and apologies for mispronouncing the beginning. And I also appreciate that, we've spoken so much on the why. So for you to also give us a little bit of information on how we could accomplish this and your willingness to help there is, I'm grateful for that. So thank you very much.
You are most welcome. Thank you.
Have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, next up, we have, it looks like I see online, we're up to number 10, and that would be David, please forgive me, Baujumpa, and that would be followed by Greg Archer, if he is here in the room. David, are you there? I see you. I do not hear you. I'm not sure if you have you're unmuted on our end. David, you may want to try and log off and log back in and see if that helps you. In the meantime, I will move on to the next one and we'll come back to you if you come back in. So is Greg Archer in the room? All right, so it looks like online we have Jeff Iosa. If you're here. Speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is that you, Mr. Iosa? It is. Thank you
Yes,
so
good
much for joining
afternoon.
us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jeff Iosa. I am the president and owner of Mercedes-Benz of New London. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 6544, an act prohibiting automobile dealers' conveyance fees. I concur with the DMV's testimony that the bill is not needed. All 50 states permit automobile dealers to charge a conveyance fee that allows for the recovery of reasonable costs associated with processing, documentation, and performance services related to conveying a motor vehicle to a consumer. Connecticut's conveyance laws are among the most transparent in the United States. Dealers must be upfront and clearly and conspicuously display their fee in their sales areas. They must separately disclose the amount on sales documents, and customers must be notified that the fee is negotiable. Additionally, the fee must be reasonable and attributable to actual costs incurred to process the transaction. Connecticut's new car dealers have numerous laws and regulations that they must comply with pursuant to the state statutes and regulations. The conveyance fee assists with covering the costs associated with compliance. Examples of these regulations include mandated enforcement in the collection of delinquent local property taxes and unpaid municipal and state traffic violation fines. Dealers also provide support to DMV by handling registrations on behalf of their customers. In fact, Connecticut dealers process over 70% of all the registrations in the state. So it's important to note that the conveyance fee is subject to the state sales tax, and elimination of the fee would result in a significant reduction of revenue for the state. The auto retailing industry is experiencing the same challenges as all businesses in Connecticut. The pandemic presented a major obstacle, and we are still recovering. We were deemed essential and never closed our doors. We provided support for first responders, servicing ambulances, fleets of grocery delivery trucks. We were flexible and we were able to meet the demands to our customers during that difficult time. As we emerge from the pandemic, we still face supply chain disruptions and struggle with low inventory. Inflation and increased labor and operational costs are a reality. It's crucial that dealers retain the option to assess the conveyance fee to ensure that we can continue to run our businesses and maintain our workforce. Connecticut's 270 new car dealerships employ over 14,000 people in our state and create nearly 25,000 jobs in our communities. I ask that you reject House Bill 6544 and support local businesses. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Did you submit that online recently by any chance?
Yes, yes, it
Terrific.
was. Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions in the room or online. So I will thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming out today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. I am looking for Jennifer Starble. Are you wonderful?
Good afternoon, representatives. You've already heard some compelling arguments today or testimonies today regarding Bill 6656, but I'd also like to add a few words on that. I volunteer as a refugee advocate. Over the past year and a half, I've been working with many Afghan families to help them find housing, jobs, healthcare, enroll children in school, and navigate transportation. I'm here today speaking on their behalf because I've seen firsthand the challenges that they face on a daily basis. Transportation has been a monumental challenge from day to day for these families, starting from the first day that they've arrived in Connecticut. Many of these families are very large. Getting to medical appointments, school meetings, mosques, stores, and jobs without a car is confusing, time-consuming, and sometimes just not possible. Imagine shopping for a family of 10, at times in inclement weather, and getting all these bags home by walking or by taking the bus. Getting to a doctor's appointment by bus with several young children in tow can take over an hour. Husbands and fathers are spending hours each day getting to and from their jobs while at the same time acclimating to a life in the US, attending English classes in the evening, and trying to navigate our social service system. Life is very hard for them. In September of 2021, Governor Lamont and our state committed to welcoming hundreds of Afghans when our government withdrew our troops from Afghanistan and thousands of Afghans were forced to flee their home. We now need to support them in their efforts to make a life here in Connecticut. The ability to drive is essential in that effort. And in order to drive, they must have the opportunity to get their learner's permit. The written driving test is a challenge for English speaking students, but almost impossible to a person just learning the language. For this reason, I ask you to change the requirements on adding additional languages to the DMV written test.
Thank you so much, Ms. Starble. I have a question for you. Does this issue, does it effectively limit the communities that can be accessible to families who are looking to settle in Connecticut?
Does it limit families coming here, preventing.
Are there, I apologize, let me
Mhm.
clarify. Some towns you really need to be driving, otherwise you can't get to the grocery
Absolutely.
store. I
Yes.
live in one of them.
Yes.
And we don't have sidewalks and windy roads and lots of trees. And I wouldn't allow my son to ride his bicycle to the store. Does that factor in when determining which communities families can start their lives here?
Yes, absolutely. When we're looking at where to settle a family, that's one of the top priorities. But then with that comes the issue of finding possible housing. So if you're looking in cities, then the cost of housing is much higher. I mean, it's very difficult in trying to find communities that can meet all the needs of refugees coming to this state with nothing and needing to learn English, finding employment.
So I'd imagine having a driver's license and being able to open up to other areas would be quite helpful.
Yes.
Are there any other questions in the room? I see none online. I appreciate your time. Thank you for waiting
for your
and for
time.
your patience. Did we ever hear back? Number 10? Terrific. Mr. Bajumpa, are you able to, I see you now.
Well, perhaps this works a little better. I hope you can hear me now.
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. Members of the Transportation Committee, sorry about the confusion here. Technology is not my forte, I guess. I am Dave Bajumpa with the Connecticut Council of Car Clubs. I am here to speak in support of House Bill 5971, an act concerning the registration of composite motor vehicles. The Connecticut Council of Car Clubs is an association of about 35 clubs in Connecticut. We represent about 2,000 hobbyists in the state. The council is all, like myself, all volunteer hobbyists are the board of directors. We support House Bill 5971 that proposes to allow a composite motor vehicle to be registered on as an antique, rare, or special interest motor vehicle and displayed a classic vehicle registration plates on those vehicles. I have submitted written testimony, as well as a couple of hobbyists have also provided written testimony in favor of this legislation. In Connecticut, vehicles that are made to replicate a classic motor vehicle, such as a 1965 Shelby Cobra, are registered as composite motor vehicles. While the composite motor vehicles represent a small percentage of antique automobiles in Connecticut, these vehicles are of special interest to the hobby. Owners of these vehicles would like to display the same classic vehicle plates currently issued by DMV to antique, rare, and special interest motor vehicles. The plates are issued in accordance with Section 1420 of the General Statutes, and DMV issues these plates to antique, rare, and special interest motor vehicles, including those that would be modified. Members of the DMV legal staff have indicated to individual hobbyists that composite vehicles cannot, the statutes do not allow composite vehicles to be registered with classic vehicle plates. We would request that the Transportation Committee consider a change to Section 1420 such that composite vehicle owners are allowed to display those classic vehicle plates on their collectible vehicles. We respectfully request that the Transportation Committee support House Bill 5971. I did hear early in the public hearing, Commissioner Guerrero was asked a couple questions, and one was regarding emissions testing of composite vehicles. I would point out that the current statutes currently exempt composite motor vehicles from emissions testing. So that is already so composite vehicles do not have to go through emissions testing. There was also a discussion on, I believe it was on taxes. And I just wanted to point out that in the budget bill last June, that large budget bill, there was a institution starting October of this year, standard depreciation table on motor vehicles that really I think is a very big positive, resolving questions around the appraised values of both modern and as vehicles as they age. We definitely feel that composite motor vehicles that are, perhaps there's a stipulation that section 1420 be modified to say composite vehicles that are 20 years old or older, similar to antique rare or
Excuse me,
special interest
Mr.
motor
Bajumba,
vehicles.
just a heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker.
Okay, and such that antique motor vehicles get classic vehicle plates that are 20 years old or older. So if there's any questions, thank you for allowing me to testify.
I appreciate the thorough testimony. I also appreciate your ability to read minds because I wrote my questions about emissions and taxes and you answered those. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions in the room? It does not look like it, and seeing none online. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we're looking for number 14, Brandon Dufour.
Hello, everybody. Hello, members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for having me. I did submit written testimony, which I will read briefly, and then happy to answer any questions. For those of you that don't know, I am the founder and CEO of the Next Street. We are the largest driving school in Connecticut. We employ about 175 people and educate more than 20,000 new drivers in Connecticut every year. I'm here today to speak in support for House Bill 6656. We currently participate in the DMV's offsite license testing program. This is a program that offers new drivers the opportunity to test in a familiar driving school car instead of going to a DMV branch. The program is wildly popular with new drivers and their parents. A few years ago, the unit at DMV that oversees this program sent out a notification that it would be limited to people under the age of 22. We've attempted to work with the agency to address this age cap, or at the very least understand it. Unfortunately, that cap is still in place today. House Bill 6656 would allow all students of a driver's education program, regardless of age, to participate in the existing offsite testing program. When many people think of a new driver, they think of a high school sophomore or junior nervously awaiting their test with mom or dad at their side. But the world has changed. We now educate more adult new drivers than we do teen new drivers. You've also heard a lot of testimony today about refugees and international drivers, most of which are over that age of 22. Restricting the program to people under the age of 22 creates a barrier to a driver's license to the adult new drivers that need that license the most. These are often people that have no access to a street legal car that they could test in at a DMV branch. Due to the age ceiling and offsite, these students have no choice but to test at the branch currently. This means that this population is either unable to drive or is forced to drive illegally without a license. Knocking down this barrier will improve access and affordability and will create new opportunities for adult new drivers. We also believe that it will improve the overall safety of Connecticut's roadways and proactively prevent motor vehicle accidents because more people will have their driving assessed and licenses issued. Adult new drivers that know they can't test now are forgoing the entire driver's education process. If testing was accessible and affordable, more new drivers would take the step of getting a license instead of taking the risk of driving without one. Thanks for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your very thorough response. Each of your conversations prior to this have also been well detailed, and I appreciate that I have very few questions for you as a result. But one question actually not related to what you're here for today, if I may. We have some questions from many of our colleagues regarding education on cannabis in terms of the driving while impaired laws that currently exist on education. So can you speak a little to what it looks like right now in relation to cannabis?
Yeah, so every new driver in Connecticut, regardless of age, is required to take an 8-hour safe driving program. That program for all new drivers includes driving with substance abuse. That encompasses cannabis. It also encompasses alcohol and basically covers the spectrum of all drug use. So we are currently and have been talking about how cannabis impacts driving, how basically the message is don't drive while high. I think the tweak we've had to make to the curriculum now that cannabis is legal is saying, even though it is legal, to engage with cannabis, it is not legal to drive while high. So the curriculum does exist now. I think there are real challenges around enforcement of it. We also deal with this from an employment perspective. There's no test that says you're high right now, right? So if somebody's pulled over and they appear to be high, if you're drunk, you could take a breathalyzer and it says you are drunk right now. That equivalent doesn't exist for cannabis. It says you may have been high sometime in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that, because it remains in your system. That's the biggest challenge that we run up against with our students who kind of know that and can point to it and say, yeah, but how are they going to know? So I don't know if that helps kind of with the narrative or paint a picture for you of where you could be going with legislation. But in terms of education, it exists, it's being delivered, it has been delivered well prior to cannabis being legalized.
Great. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the detail. Are there any other questions in the room? Seeing none online, thank you very much for your patience and for all of your detail. Thanks.
Have a great week.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for taking over for that time. Next, we have Catherine Wayland, followed by Samar Kashari. Welcome, Catherine.
Hi, thank you for having me today. Members of the Transportation Committee, my name is Catherine Reynolds Wayland. I am one of the owners of Reynolds Subaru in Lyme, Connecticut. I've been in business here, or my family has, for over 150 years. We employ about 50 full-time and a few part-time employees. I'm here to testify in opposition of House Bill 6544, an act prohibiting automobile dealer conveyance fees. Connecticut's new car dealers currently today transparently utilize the dealer conveyance fee to recover the costs associated with conveying a vehicle to a new owner. Current state law requires that the fee be reasonable and applicable to actual costs incurred to us when processing a sale. The fee is negotiable and allows consumers to shop for the best price for a vehicle. Dealers work hard to keep the costs down while complying with laws and regulations. Connecticut's existing conveyance law ensures transparency with clear notice requirements. The law requires that as a licensed dealer, it's predominantly displayed in my showroom in all sales area. Additionally, the fee is disclosed clearly and separately on all sales documents. Connecticut's disclosure laws are among the most stringent in the nation. Reasonable costs that would be associated with the conveyance fee at a dealership include, but are not limited to, new and duplicate title documents, advancing funds to pay off an existing lien on a trade-in vehicle, processing and submitting credit applications, preparing finance and lease documents, and submitting vehicle registrations and preparing finance and lease documents. Like all industries through Connecticut, auto retailing has been significantly impacted by the pandemic. We were deemed essential throughout the shutdown period, and our dealership remained open to provide sales and service throughout that period to first line responders, frontline workers. We repaired emergency vehicles. We made sure that hospital employees and healthcare workers made it to work safely. Department of Motor Vehicles, by registering non-customer cars while branch offices were closed. In order to remain open during the pandemic, we also saw an increase in operational costs. We proudly retained all of our employees during that period of time. We continue to be faced with inflation, increase in costs, and difficulties related to supply chain issues with low inventory. And it's difficult for customers and for us alike. We take great pride in the work that we do and the excellent service that we provide to our local community. We have been in business for many years, and we hope to remain in business for many more years. I thank you for your consideration of my testimony and urge you to oppose House Bill 6544. And I also want to reiterate that I agree with the Department of Motor Vehicles' position on this is that the bill is not necessary or needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wayland. I appreciate your time and testimony today. Could you just, I appreciate that you laid out what the conveyance fees might be for with any given transaction. Is there a range that one might expect, a consumer might expect based on those services?
Well, each dealership is allowed to charge what they incur as far as costs. We have ours clearly stated on our website, in addition to being, on the actual purchase order. When you come into our store, it's marked on the purchase order. We currently charge $598 for the dealer conveyance fee. I don't know what the average is in the state of Connecticut currently.
Would you say that yours is pretty standard?
Yes, I would say that I'm pretty comparable to other retailers.
And are there any pieces of legislation, perhaps that we're hearing today, to streamline processes for dealers that may eliminate a portion of a conveyance fee that is passed on to a consumer?
I guess I'm confused. I'm confused by the question.
So we have some legislation before us, such as same day vehicle registrations that we've heard from certain organizations, or, it becomes onerous. So just wondering if there's anything that could be done that may alleviate some of the conveyance fees that are currently charged.
I don't know that I would say there's anything to alleviate. I would say that the advantage to the dealer today is that a lot of people appreciate the fact that they can get their car registered at my store and not go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, that we are able to offer a lot of services at our store. So it's convenient for them to do it locally at their local retailer.
I appreciate that. I just want to clarify. So there are a number of reasons that a dealer would charge a conveyance fee, notwithstanding title copies you mentioned, potentially registration of the vehicle, things of that nature, just added benefits of going to the dealer, which I wouldn't dispute at all. Certainly, there are a myriad of benefits to the consumer that are afforded to them by going through a dealership. So my question is there, out of all those things that you do as a dealer, that you then have to charge a conveyance fee for, because there's a process and it takes your labor and time and effort to be doing these things. Is there anything that we could do to alleviate some of that? Some of those processes can be onerous, I would imagine, for the dealer.
Agreed. I did see earlier when the Department of Motor Vehicle was on about some of the software upgrades and the improving, electronic titling and stuff like that would definitely improve the process. Without having it in place, I'm not sure. I couldn't clearly tell you how I think it would affect the processes at my store without knowing the full details of it. But I think, like most things, it could definitely be streamlined and improved in the future.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions? Yes, Representative Branco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. So is it fair to say that the conveyance fee just goes to cover operating costs at the dealership?
Not operating costs. I would say it encompasses, some of them would be considered operating costs, but it encompasses a lot of different steps. So I don't know if you'd consider like the time and energy that my employees are putting into all of it, from the forms to the mailing to all that stuff is included in that.
And the full conveyance fee is goes to the dealership, correct?
That is correct.
So if we were to do away with conveyance fees, would you just not bake that cost into the sales price of your cars?
I guess it would be up to each individual retailer how they would address that if you were to take this fee away.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I thank you again for your testimony today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I do not see Samar Kashari, so we'll go to Greta Blau, followed by Sarah White. Welcome, Ms. Blau.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Greta Blau, and I am a tenant leader with the Hamden Tenants Union. As a tenant leader, I urge support for sections 2 through 5 of HB 6657, an act concerning non-consensual towing with some small changes. In early 2021, a tow company started terrorizing and harassing tenants at my complex in Hamden by mass towing our cars for the smallest of reasons. We were told, this is for your benefit. Just follow the rules, you'll be fine. We weren't fine. Our truck was towed. We were told we could only pay cash. We could not afford to get our truck back. We were not allowed to retrieve our items, and we were told we could not have another tow company come take the car. My husband and I decided we would have to change the laws. So here I am. I'm asking you to help us and vote in support of parts 2 through 5 of this bill. Our landlord owns and runs 50 to 100 complexes in this state alone. He is responsible for thousands of victims of predatory non-consensual tows. They have towed FedEx trucks, medicine delivery vans, visiting nurses, painters working for the landlord, family members. The reasons for this: not backing your car in, being too close to one of the lines, your sticker fell off. They can't see your sticker from the truck. You ran into your house to grab something. Your guests stayed more than 8 hours in a 24-hour period. You're late on your rent. You name it, it's a reason to tow the car. Predatory towing makes it harder for poor and working class people to get their cars back. Only taking cash and not providing any kind of change to consumers is difficult for poor people. These are the very people who are targeted by predatory towers. The garage is a 45-minute drive, which is approximately 18 miles from my complex in Hamden. We have dozens of available tow companies within a couple of miles in Hamden. Some towns may be farther from tow companies, and I am asking that you somehow limit this in a way that works for everyone in Connecticut. We are asking that the tow, if it is in a city that has multiple tow companies, be limited to 5 miles for non-consensual private tows at apartment complexes. We support different ways of paying for the tows. This makes it easier for those of us who do not have cash on hand to retrieve our property. We support individual warnings on the cars in the form of a sticker 48 hours before a tow. We support taking pictures of the violation. This makes it harder for the tower to make up a reason. Also, Hamden Tenants Union is in solidarity with all immigrants and refugees in this state, and I urge you to please support House Bill 6656. We all deserve to live full, free adult lives in Connecticut, and no immigrant, whether Nepali, Ukrainian, Roma, or other, should be treated as a second-class citizen here. We need to welcome and help people as much as we
Ms. Blau,
can.
just a heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker.
2 more sentences. We need to help people and welcome them to Connecticut, especially those who are already suffering from complex trauma. Thank you so much for listening and for protecting the people of Connecticut. I look forward to working further with all of you to protect tenants in this state.
Thank you, Ms. Blau, for your testimony, and I'm sorry that you've had such difficulty with this issue in your particular housing complex. Any comments or questions from the committee? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your support of the language licensure bill. I appreciate that. Could you clarify a little bit on the on 6657, the sections that you support, and articulate
yes.
the rationale for the support, and then follow up with the other sections in which you may have questions with? Thank you.
Okay, I don't have the sections in front of me, but I believe that they are, well, the first and foremost, we need to be able to pay with credit cards or some other form of payment. There have been many studies that a $400 cash expense can really break a family, given, you know, whatever their income is, a poor or working class family, and that can really have a domino effect. So simply having a way to pay other than cash would help those people to get their cars back. Otherwise, you have to make a decision. Well, where am I going to get the cash from? Am I going to pay my rent? Am I going to get medicine? Am I going to get my car back? What am I going to do? And a lot of times you have to just decide, well, the car isn't helping me to breathe and it's not keeping a roof over my head. So I guess I have to let the car go. We also support the individual warnings. I'm using the word individual because I feel, you know, I've dealt a lot with landlords and the towing companies looking at the law and saying, well, it's legal technically. So when I'm saying individual warnings on cars, I'm saying they cannot send an email out to the entire complex saying, you know, we're going to tow everyone's car in 24 hours. It needs to be, you know, in a way that, you know, there's some, you know, that they're actually thinking about us as tenants and not just trying to take our stuff, basically. As far as the distance, that's been a huge problem for people here. I understand that there are parts of the state that have longer distances, and I feel that that could be somehow worked into the bill. But we really need something to protect us in these complexes that are generally in more populous areas, and there are tow companies. So we're asking for 5 miles. The distance alone for us, 18 miles to Oakville, Connecticut from Hamden, can take 45 minutes. Now you've taken our car. Now we have to spend money to get there somehow. How are we going to get there? What if we don't have the money? If we don't have the money to get there, to pay for the car, to pay for all of these things, and then to bring it back, we can't get our cars. The 5 miles is completely reasonable. In Hamden, we have 20 to 30 tow companies within 5 miles of here. I believe that making it further away makes it harder for poor people to get their cars back again. And all of these things that are in this bill will help us to be able to get our cars back. And like the people, the Nepali immigrants and all of the immigrants, basically not having a car is a detriment in this state, and you need the car. We've had people lose their car. They lost their job. Their marriage went, you know, not well because they didn't have a job anymore. They had money issues. This spirals down. We've had people end up in the psych ward over this because this is absolute terrorism. I mean, I'm not using that word lightly. I have looked out my window so many times to look for a tow truck because it was like an attack. There were just tow trucks roaming around looking for cars, and you know, and also going back to the mental health issues. This caused us a lot of mental health issues, and we're talking about the mental health issues of immigrants and refugees, and sometimes these overlap. These are the same people. We have plenty of immigrants in our tenant union in Hamden and in my complex. These issues are very connected. And I think what the theme here today is that we need to protect poor people and working class people better than we're doing in Connecticut. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
And what about the sections that you were opposed to?
Well, there's one section that is asking that the inflation be used as a measurement for non-consensual tow rates, I believe. And we believe that, we just attended a committee meeting or a hearing for DMV, I'm sorry. And they have a lot of different ways of deciding whether these rates should go up. And I don't know that we need to include another one that's a very complicated, I guess, an equation that most of us don't understand. And so I'm that part, I don't think we need to add. I think that inflation is being used once again against poor and working class people and middle class people. So we really have to be careful about the inflation, using inflation to raise things. We have our utilities are going up. My car insurance went up for no reason. They're saying it's because of inflation. Now, if we keep using this as a reason for things, it's going to lose its effectiveness. And what's actually because of inflation and what's actually not because of inflation? And how are we making that number bigger to benefit us and our pockets?
Thank you. And I noticed the cat in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the new world of Zoom. But in asking about your understanding, and I appreciate your concerns on the residential side of the towing, and as the tenant union co-founder, I see the importance of that. But do you recognize that this is a bill that has multiple parts, and that the non-consensual towing industry has different components? One of the biggest parts you're talking about is the residential. But do you realize that that also ties into the very dangerous work that many of our towers out in highways with trucks and cars that are broken down? They are tied into this as, quote, non-consensual towing as well. Do you think they should be applied to the same type of standard and the stories that you've shared? Or do you think that they should be a different consideration? Because I can tell you countless people are grateful for those type of non-consensual towing when they're stuck on a highway with a broken down car or a truck, that they want to get to safety. Do you equate that as you read this bill, or when you think about non-consensual towing in that area of business?
I appreciate you bringing that up, because I did want to bring that up in my testimony, but I only had 3 minutes. So yeah, these are so separate. I don't think that these two things can be legislated in the same bill. I don't think that they should even be together. There are some people in this state who are doing amazing work towing. They're in dangerous situations. They need specialized equipment. Those people are doing great work. I appreciate them. If I need them, I'm glad they're there. So no, I don't think these are both the same thing. I learned a lot in the DMV hearing about how they're different and how there are some mostly very decent people in this industry. What we're looking for is a way to regulate the people who are taking advantage of people. It's very difficult to make a law that's going to be okay for both of these sides, kind of. And that's why I'm asking for specific language in there for private apartment complexes to separate us from these other people who, yes, you may need to go further for a piece of equipment or something, or you may, so, I mean, I think that that can be written in somehow so that we're protected as tenants, as citizens of Connecticut, and that the people who also need to make money, who have a towing company, a family towing company, which we've spoken to many of these people, they have a right to make their money, but I'm not concerned about them, and I would support them in certain ways. But what we're talking about is this predatory towing in apartment complexes. And like I said in my testimony, these are 50 to 100 complexes owned by my landlord. Thousands of people have been towed in this way. So my points are only about the complexes. The first part, as far as, I do disagree with adding the inflation, but I completely understand how different these things are. And I do acknowledge that. And I think it should be separate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's the challenge and the benefit of having these kind of public hearings to inform and raise awareness and get people's perspective on it. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms. Blau, for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Sarah White, followed by Paul Boudreau. Welcome, Ms. White.
Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify here today. My name is Sarah White, and I'm a staff attorney at the Connecticut Fair Housing Center. And I, like Greta, am testifying in support of sections 2 through 5 of HB 6657, an act concerning non-consensual towing. So we've heard from multiple tenants and tenant organizations about predatory towing practices, particularly in complexes like Greta's owned by larger corporate landlords. And this comes out of our work at the Fair Housing Center, supporting tenants who are organizing and our community lawyering work. Tenants have shared that their vehicles are being wrongfully towed without any notice for seemingly minor or non-existent violations of complex rules, many of which appear arbitrary or designed to create towable violations. So Greta gave a lot of examples. I think a good one is requiring a new parking pass each month and creating barriers for tenants to obtain it, which basically in some complexes creates a situation where many, many vehicles could be towable at any moment. And then the complexes have these contracts with towing companies, which are essentially, I would say prowling agreements. And the towing companies are circling the complex at all times, looking for cars to tow, which kind of incentivizes towing when there's been no serious violation and no complaint from anybody. It's not bothering anyone. Tenants sometimes dispute that there was a violation at all, but the towing companies and landlords currently aren't required to maintain documentation. Tenants have also reported that sometimes this towing seems retaliatory and, perhaps targeted at some of the leaders who are organizing, towards their right to safe and healthy housing. Non-consensual towing on these apartment complexes is profitable to towing companies, but has been devastating to tenants. Tenants are required to pay large sums very quickly to retrieve their vehicles from impound. And if they can't get there and they can't pay, the fees just escalate and get bigger and bigger and bigger, making it even harder for them to get back their cars. Some tenants have even permanently lost their cars as a result of these towing practices. Losing access to a car, even on a temporary basis, has spiraling consequences to many low-income and working tenants. It can disrupt family income, prevent access to education or medical care, or even result in job loss. We support sections 2 through 5 of the bill with changes to make it more protective of tenants. We would suggest that the advance notice be increased to 48 hours to give tenants, time to know that there's been a violation and an opportunity to correct it. The situation we have now is people go outside and find that their car has disappeared. We also, support, like Greta mentioned, decreasing to 5 or 10 miles, the distance that tenants would, have to go to retrieve their car. I think it's incredibly important for there to be payment available in multiple forms, to limit the number of cars that are towed through these practices and ensure that people have a realistic opportunity to get their car back, if there is a need to tow it. We don't support section 1 of the bill, which we read as designed to increase towing fees for consumers potentially and to limit the DMV's discretion. And just one final thing. We're concerned about some of the language about fees for attachment to the record, and I'm not clear whether those would be mandatory fees. There are situations just happen in some of these complexes where a car is loaded onto the record, the tenant comes out and disputes it and, alleges that it was wrongful. We don't want, folks to be charged for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. White, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Sarah, for your advocacy on this issue. I have heard from individuals who have stated that it is common practice that the tow truck companies only take cash. And I know this bill and your testimony, like you said, would allow alternate forms of payment, credit card, check, because people might not have hundreds of dollars of cash on them, and without a car, can't get to an ATM to even get the cash at times. Have you heard that too, that it's common practice for most companies only to accept cash?
So that's been my experience from the tenants I've talked to. And again, my experience with this world has come through supporting tenants who are organizing, who are dealing with these issues at their complexes, which in the case of Hamden at the Serramonte Tenants Union was one of the big issues that really spurred hundreds of tenants to organize together. But yes, it seems to be, at least with many of the tow companies that engage in what I would just call prowling, they only require cash, which is a huge barrier for people to be able to get their vehicles back. And unfortunately, I mean, as you all I'm sure know, like the longer your car is an impound, the more and more you owe. So that sometimes, like, I mean, these sort of like pyramiding fees can, you know, keep growing to the point where it just becomes impossible for someone to retrieve their car. So we need to make it as easy as possible for people to be able to get that. And part of that is allowing multiple forms of payment. Most people at this point don't carry a lot of cash. It's hard to get. Certainly not that difficult at this point to allow, you know, a credit card, for example.
Thank you, Sarah. And is the idea with the 24-hour notice, so is this, are you envisioning this would be sort of a warning that has to be placed on somebody's, the windshield of someone's car or something like that, so that if they can see it within the 24 hours, they'd move their car would not be towed? Is that how you're envisioning that would work?
That's correct. So, I mean, the situation now is, you know, say you're parked too close to the line, you don't find out there's a problem, your car's just missing. But that's something that's obviously very easy to correct. Probably isn't the sort of emergency that would require a car to be towed immediately. And it's just about giving people fair warning and an opportunity to correct whatever the violation is. Maybe someone doesn't know their, you know, sticker or whatnot is expired. But that's not, you know, the type of emergency or urgent situation that should mean your car is yanked away a 45-minute drive away.
Right, and then hundreds of dollars of a bill. I think that's a really good concept, giving an individual that warning. Would you be okay if the one exception I'm thinking about, we have another bill related to handicap parking in this committee, is if somebody parks in a handicap spot, that is an immediate tow, and they do not get the 24-hour notice. Would you be acceptable to that?
Having not thought about it all, I mean, I do think that's like one of those situations where a car probably should be removed urgently. We should make it easier for people to get their car back. But yes, like, you know, folks who are disabled, who have the handicap sticker, need access to that space, and it's not reasonable to ask them to wait 24 hours for the person to correct it. So I agree with that.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I think you have some really good ideas here. Appreciate your advocacy. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the questions.
Thank you, Representative. I see my co-chair, Representative Lamar, has his hand up, followed by Representative Carney, followed by Representative Blumenthal. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sarah, for your testimony today and for your advocacy on behalf of tenants across the state, really. You know, when I first heard about this issue, I thought this was attempting to address a problem with one specific property owner in one specific community. I initially introduced this based upon a podcast that I listened to. I think someone who signed up later to speak. I was meeting with a council person in Hamden, and they outlined a series of concerns that were just appalling to listen to. And I thought, like, I'm going to have to do something to target the individual property in place and what's happening there. As I began to research this issue, I kind of uncovered what you'd uncovered, that this is something that's happening commonly across the state, that these following towers are taking place. And as I began to think about how I would regulate it, I realized this is a national issue, that this is something that some road towing organizations are utilizing, and has led to legislation in Colorado and under consideration in some other states as well. So, you know, I do think this is, I'm sorry, my daughter is not feeling so hot today, so she's joining me for this questioning. I apologize for that. But I appreciate your work to date on this. And so honestly, I think this was all earnestly, but please provide us with as much information as you possibly can to help clarify some of the protections we should put in place into this bill. Even as I've spoken with other towing companies, And I've forwarded them that interview that I had listened to on the New Haven Independent podcast with Councilman Justin Farmer months ago. And I made them listen to that. I said, before you have critiques of the bill before me, listen to this podcast and tell me that there isn't something more that we need to do to protect constituents. And every single towing company that I've forced to listen to that hearing has come back to me and said, you're right, there need to be protections in place. So I'm just thankful to everyone who's coming in here helping us think through this issue, because it is clear that more needs to be done to protect people. And it is clear that towing is being utilized as a mechanism to either harass or get revenge on residents across our state. So I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you so much, Representative Lamar, and thank you for your leadership on this. And I mean, it's not all towing companies, I think, and it's not all apartment complexes. So, you know, this is a set of practices by certain corporate landlords. Yes, North Point, who owns the Serramonte complex, but others as well. But, you know, we have talked to tenants and canvas tenants at complexes all over the state. And while this is happening in some places, it isn't happening everywhere, which shows that, you know, towing and like parking lot management issues can be dealt with in a different way that isn't punitive, that isn't extracting even more from tenants, that isn't retaliatory, and that towing companies aren't doing this across the board. Not all towing companies engage in these sort of predatory practices at all. It's definitely the minority. Others, you know, some towing companies take credit cards. They, you know, don't have these like very punitive policies. So there are choices that we can make in ways that we can regulate this.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Representative Lamar. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Sarah, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. I guess they're really situations that I'm curious to know what you and your organization would think. So if I live in an apartment complex and there is a limited number of spaces, and let's say there's, just be generous, 2 per apartment, and someone parks there and they have no business in the building, but they're going to another building, do you think that they should be given 48 hours to move their car?
I mean, I think largely this is not the situation that we're talking about. In general, towing someone's car, though, is like an extreme act that for low-income people can have cascading consequences. They may not be able to afford to get it back. So I think in general, we don't need to just sort of be like willy-nilly towing cars. But the practice this is specifically intended to address is tenants' own cars being towed for minor or non-existing violations in complexes where there may not even be assigned parking. They're just towing it. Or people are there to repair something, you know, parked in a spot and getting towed as well. So that's really the situation we're concerned about. And this is, you know, intended to address, not the sort of complaint-based, there truly is a problem situations. It's tow trucks driving around, looking for ways to generate revenue, looking for people whose cars they can credibly or not even credibly tow.
Okay, so to me, I mean, I think there's a clear difference then with what you're advocating for and the concerns that I'm reading from a lot of property owners. It seems to me that they are concerned with situations like the one I brought up, where there is a legitimate trespassing situation or an inconvenient or unsafe situation. So, I mean, if we're going to focus on the actual tenant, I think that's very different than saying that, you know, somebody should be able to have 24 or 48 hours notice when they are parked illegally. I mean, I know for me, if I wouldn't drive into an apartment complex, get out of my car and, you know, go to a restaurant or go to a store or go visit a friend that lives in another apartment complex or home I know I was doing something wrong. So I'm just still curious, how would you, I guess, you know, write a law that specifically says tenants or cars that have every right to be there, visitors or guests, versus someone knowingly parking somewhere illegally that can cause serious inconvenience issues for the tenant, or let's say a moving company or an Amazon truck, or that can be unsafe. If they're blocking a car, or they're parked, let's say there's a snowstorm within that 24 or 48 hour period. So I guess I'm just curious how you would reconcile the difference between the two and your stance on this issue.
I mean, I think we need to be clear that we're talking about tenants, we're talking about guests who are not going to have a parking pass necessarily. We're talking about Amazon truck drivers who've been towed. And they're, as far as from what we've heard and what we've seen at complexes, by and large, there is not a serious issue with people without a connection to a complex parking and leaving their cars there. I mean, many of these complexes are in more suburban areas where it's nothing really to go to that you would want to leave their car there. But I think what we need to focus on is that the harm that is actually happening to tenants and their guests right now, and not the sort of speculative harm if for some reason in the future, someone did decide to leave their car at one of these complexes. And yes, there probably are situations, someone double parked for a significant period of time and someone's blocked in. I mean, these are things that, we can legislate around, but what's happening right now in many of these complexes is people are walking out and their car is just gone for really no reason. And I think we just need to see towing as, at least in the context of apartment complexes, as the kind of extreme remedy that it is, and not resort to it as like the first course of action or as a way to generate revenue, which is largely what's happening now.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your testimony and answering some of my questions. I'll be curious to discuss some of what you said with the towing companies and property management companies to see what they're seeing. So, and what they're doing. I'd be very curious to know. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney White, for your testimony today. I have to say, the trend that you're reporting on is profoundly disturbing. It's just really disturbing behavior, and I'm glad that you and some of the previous witnesses have provided us this information on it, and that we have this proposal to go forward on it. The protections that are in this proposal and also that you propose have been primarily procedural in nature. I was wondering if there are any kind of substantive protections that you would propose to protect tenants, whether it's certain forms of parking are not you simply can't tow a tenant's car for, or whether there's some sort of burden of proof regime that you would propose that a towing company or a management company would have to meet before towing, to determine that the vehicle is not associated with a tenant before towing it. Do you have any suggestions on those points?
I'll be honest and say I hadn't thought too deeply about that, but that's a good idea to start thinking about that. Because you're right, these are more procedural protections about giving tenants more time. But it would seem reasonable, for example, that someone whose parking sticker is slightly out of date, or the requirement that people be current on their rent in order to get a parking sticker, could be other areas where we could substantively say these are never reasons to tow someone's vehicle. It could be a lease violation. You could think of another way to deal with it, but using towing as a way to, extract more, sort of have power over tenants in these situations. I agree that we could add something like that to just very clearly list a set of practices that would be forbidden by landlords or any sort of towing company that they contract with.
Thank you very much, Attorney White, and thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you'll continue to work with us, Attorney White, on this issue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see any other hands raised. So again, thank you, Ms. White, for being with us today and for providing that important testimony. All right, next we have Paul Boudreau. followed by Ramesh KC. Welcome, Mr.
Thank
Boudreau.
you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here to hear our concerns. My name is Paul Boudreau, and I live in Hamden, and I am a tenant rights organizer with SEIU 32BJ, as well as a Hamden Tenant Union co-founder. I've been a full-time master auto technician for the past 30 years and know the automotive industry inside and out. I understand how it functions and what drives it. I'm here today to testify about House Bill 6657 concerning non-consensual towing. In March 2020, I was home recuperating from an injury. Many of us were still in quarantine, yet our landlord thought this was the perfect time to tow many of our cars that day. It seems suspicious that people being towed just happened to be the people who complained about the lack of repairs on the property and those who were behind on their rents due to a worldwide pandemic that was still going on. I watched as my car with all my tools in the back drove away on the back of a wrecker. The management office had lied and assured me moments earlier that my car was not on the list to be towed. I was out of work, had no money coming in due to my injury. All I had were credit cards that would not be accepted at my Hoopty Towing. They only take cash and exact change with no other options. In the end, I lost my truck and tools to the towing and storage fees because I had no cash to retrieve it. I also watched as about 40 of my neighbors lost their vehicles as well that day. I watched as they literally begged for the towers not to take their cars in many cases, their only asset in life. Many complexes make it difficult to acquire a parking pass, even under the best of circumstances. And in many other cases, they don't tell new tenants they need a parking pass. Sadly, these tenants find out when they go to leave for work one day and their car is just gone. Our current non-consensual private property towing laws are the perfect tool for abusive landlords to use for intimidation and retaliation. In short, these laws have become the bread and butter intimidation tool used by landlords who would look to control and abuse their tenants. We ask you that you make changes to these Connecticut laws so that to protect us from profiteers and abuse of their power, to keep Connecticut a place where its citizens can count on their legislators to side with its citizens and not with money-making schemers, whose goal it is to profit by victimizing the hardworking people of Connecticut like ourselves. We need your help. We're begging for your help. We need our vehicles if we're going to dig out of these holes that the pandemic has put us in. Without your help, I'm sure the issues will only get worse, and we'll be here again talking about a much bigger problem. I've heard a lot of people talking about non-consensual private property compared to not private property. Having worked in the auto industry for 30 years and have done roadside assistance myself for a decade of that, I understand that the men and women who are towing on the highways and roads are here.
Excuse me, Mr. Boudreau, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost done. And these laws should be separated for private property and municipal towing, that they're completely different situations, and one's being used to victimize people and one's being used to help people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau, for your testimony. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, thank you for, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you very much for your testimony. So I mean, I'll admit this is not a topic that I am that knowledgeable on with this specific circumstance, and I have to say that I'm a little shocked at some of the stuff I've heard. So when the landlord or property owner manager did this, did you try, or anybody try, reaching out to any elected officials? I'm wondering, Department of Consumer Protection or anything like that?
Yes, thank you. We contacted Department of Motor Vehicle, the city, The police, we talked to, we tried to speak with our elected representatives and had very little feedback from anyone except that they're well within the law. It's the reason we started the tenant union, was because of this towing. Like and obviously there's much more to it than that now, but the towing is so bad that there was nobody who would respond to us in a way that would offer us help, except to say the law says it's legal. That, you know, so for all intents and purposes, the landlords can tow us for almost any reason that they want, and we have very little recourse because it's still legal up until this point. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. And I appreciate that. You know, hopefully, you know, this committee can come up with some language that can address what you are talking about. And like I was talking about the prior Sarah, the prior person, and without getting into, you know, someone that actually is doing something wrong. But you know, it just seems to me that towing a vehicle for no reason is pretty crazy. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. Boudreau, for being with us today and providing testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ramesh Casey. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Ramesh Casey. I reside in Mansfield, Connecticut. Since April 1997, I proudly consider Connecticut my home. I'm here to speak in support of the Section 1 of the House Bill 6656, an act concerning motor vehicle operators license. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the Department of Transportation and Transportation Committee, for all your valuable work done in our state. I echo what RTM Shrestha and Representative Komi said earlier. Nepali is a native language of Nepal, as well as Bhutanese refugees who settled in different parts of the world. It is also spoken in certain parts of India. There is a significant population of Nepali-speaking people who reside in different parts of Connecticut, namely West Hartford, Brantford, Mansfield, Norwich, Stamford, to name a few. If you take the percentage of Nepali population and state's population and compare to other states, I'm sure our state has more Nepali people than most of the states. They are doctors, nurses, professionals, professors, researchers, warehouse workers, restaurant packers, nail salons, and grocery store owners, and above all the hardworking people in different fields. They all boost the Connecticut economy one way or the other. In fact, 5 engineers who are originally from Nepal work in Department of Transportation. I'm sure not all, but some of them had faced challenges when they first took the licensing exam in English. They may have taken multiple times. I know my wife passed in her 3rd attempt. I hope she's not listening today. She strongly admits that she would have passed the first time if it were given in Nepali. When you are new, there is no fun reading the driver's manual when you have to struggle to understand it. I've asked few family friends and they all admit that they faced hard times as well. I believe it's easy to learn to speak than to read and write. Not having a license sooner can prevent getting employed sooner. You have to rely on others, live in a community where you can get help and have good transportation services. It limits so many possibilities and prevents you from balancing your life. It also hurts state's economy directly or indirectly. It may sound hard to believe, but it's the truth. My wife had to walk early in the morning to get to her job back then. Even we had the car, but she didn't have her license. As we sit here today, someone may be still waiting for the opportunity to take the exam in their native language. It will open a door of opportunities for people who want to give the exams in their native language. It will also support the diversity and inclusion in a broader sense. Our state has been always a great supporter of welcoming refugees and migrants from different parts of the world. I can proudly say that our state is very diverse in nature. Allowing exams in native language will further strengthen that. We all know people talk. So once the bill is passed, the word will spread and more people from different parts of the world would want to come and settle here. I understand the budgetary
Excuse me,
constraint.
Ramesh, just a
Yeah.
heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Yeah, sorry, one thing. I understand the budgetary constraint to implement this program, but I'm sure and confident the program's benefit will outweigh this budgetary constraint in the long run. This is an opportunity for our state to pass this bill, and let's join other states like New York, Virginia, Maryland that offer services in most languages. Thank you for your time. And I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Casey, for being here and taking the time to testify on this important topic. I think we heard earlier from others providing testimony how important this is for just the economic well-being of our state and being able to supplement the workforce with folks who should be able to drive to and from work but can't because they're having the inability to translate the exam. So I appreciate your testimony. Okay, and a comment from Representative Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's been a long day, but I just want to thank you, sir, for spending the day with us into the early afternoon to make your points. We're listening to you, and I want to just say thank you. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all of you hearing, and thanks a lot.
And we're glad that your wife is finally licensed and,
So,
and hopefully you don't get in too much trouble. So thank you for being with us today.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it again.
Okay, we now have Mr. Malanikos Harrison, followed by Mr. Gregory Allard. Welcome, Mr. Malanikos Harrison.
Hello, my name is Luke Milanakos Harrison. I'm a member of the Connecticut Tenants Union, and thank you to the members of the Transportation Committee for allowing me to testify today. I'm also speaking in regards to Bill 6657 regarding non-consensual towing. I want to urge support for sections 2 through 5 with some changes and oppose the changes proposed in section 1 of the bill. As a member, I've spoken with hundreds of renters in Connecticut. Aggressive and predatory towing practices have come up as a problem at several apartment complexes where I've worked with tenants to improve their housing conditions. A number of these practices have already been named in the hearing so far, so I won't belabor the point. But I just want to highlight the severity of the problem that has caused tenants to come together and form tenant unions, that it requires an enormous amount of effort, all driven by volunteers. Clearly, the problem is severe if people are that inspired to take action and devote just hundreds of hours to fighting back and standing up to these practices. At the Serramonte complex, tenants used to receive designated parking spaces assigned per apartment, but the new landlord company bought the property and overhauled the parking system, requiring an elaborate registration process in order to receive parking passes, taking away designated parking spots, introducing a whole new series of onerous rules. Perhaps most burdensome, the rule of allowing visitors to only stay for no more than 8 hours, such that kids couldn't come home and visit their parents for the weekend without their car being towed, grandparents couldn't stay overnight to babysit, etc. Because street parking is not accessible anywhere near the complex, it functionally means that tenants who are again often paying a majority of their income in rent every month cannot host visitors overnight. This is burdensome, unreasonable, and has resulted in many tenants, family members, cars being towed without even realizing that that was against the rules. Tenants have noticed a pattern where property managers often do not notify new tenants of these policies or provide them with parking passes on arrival, such that folks move into their new home and soon within the first week or two of living and parking there, come out to see their car is gone and they now owe several $100s. Never having been notified that they needed a parking pass. This has understandably led tenants to question whether there's some sort of going on between the towing company and the landlord company, since it seems like a scheme to trap people. Most of the elements in the proposed bill would immensely help to curb these kinds of fish in a barrel abuses, where towing companies companies are using lack of options and landlords are using aggressive towing as a disciplinary measure. However, I do want to propose a couple changes. I agree with earlier testifiers that the required notice should be 48 hours instead of 24. The cost of a non-consensual tow, both the fee itself and in many cases wages lost from days of work when tenants or renters are not able to get to their place of work, is enormous, and it just can be extremely disruptive to people's lives, employment, education, healthcare. I've heard tenants tell me many stories about missing appointments for cancer treatment and other, healthcare things where they were waiting months for an appointment. Their car got towed, they couldn't make it, and it just had a severe impact on their life. So that should not be done lightly. 48 hours would give someone a chance
Excuse
to.
me, Mr. Melanogos Meskers. Just a heads up, you got the 3-minute marker.
Okay, I'll wrap up quickly. There should be more time for people to either remedy the problem or contest the source of the problem if it's a dispute about the nature of the parking law or the parking regulation that the landlord has imposed. I also think it should be a 10-mile limit instead of 20. Trying to get 20 miles away when you've just lost your car is just really difficult. And as others said, that financial burden mounts every single day that it sits in storage. Finally, I would highly encourage the members.
Harrison, again, just a heads up, you're past your 3-minute marker.
Last two things I want to say is to encourage this committee to review the testimony that we submitted to the DMV hearing on December 6, 2022, where towing companies submitted really misleading evidence to try to justify their increase in rates. We contested that evidence for yourself. And finally, I want to encourage you to speak with Greta and Paul, who spoke earlier. They are experts in this area and would be perfect people to work with on designing this law in a way that would protect tenants and also allow towing companies to do what they need to do in other situations. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your time and testimony. I do not see any hands raised. So again, appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. Okay, next we have Mr. Gregory Allard, followed by Mr. Bruce Adams. Welcome, Mr. Allard.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and other distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Greg Allard, and I am the current president of the Association of Connecticut Ambulance Providers and the vice president with American Ambulance Service in Norwich, Connecticut. Today, I'm talking to you in opposition of proposed Senate Bill 628, an act concerning the non-emergency transportation of elderly persons and persons with disabilities confined to a stretcher. We've testified on bills similar to this over the years, the last time being 2021. And our position was the same then as it is now. As opposed to what others were saying about people that are on stretchers, we in our industry feel as though people requiring stretchers should be considered or referred to as patients. If they're on a device that's a medical device such as a stretcher, there's got to be some sort of underlying condition that requires them to be in that position, and they should be afforded the care and the attention a person with an underlying medical condition deserves and should receive should they need it. Patients, another safety issue that we feel is of concern is that patients don't always live in the most easily accessible location, and in many cases require additional medical specialized equipment in order to move these patients. So just the fact that you have the stretcher doesn't necessarily mean you can get the person or the patient off of the second or third floor utilizing that device only, so it would require other specialized equipment. Another issue that we brought forth in my written testimony is that there is no real data to support the need for this level of transportation. Everything that we've heard has really been minimal or anecdotal stories over the years, and it continues to be the same. Another issue that we raise is there's an impact fiscally within the state from the patient perspective. There's an opportunity for patients to see bills for certain types of transportation. And we also believe that there's an increase to the Connecticut Medicaid expenditures as well, should this level of transportation come into play. Another concern we raise is oversight. Who's going to oversee the people that are the services that are conducting this level of transportation? Currently, ambulance services are overseen by the Department of Transportation, Department of Motor Vehicles, and the Department of Public Health. There's no mention of any of that going forward with these organizations. And we offer a simple solution and have done so over the years, and that's a referral system. I mean, as an ambulance service, we used to provide livery levels of service and transportation, and we don't any longer. There are plenty of other qualified individuals out there and organizations, and we refer any requests that we get to livery providers for livery transportation. And we feel as though the others should go the other way around, that if they have inquiries for transportation at that level for an ambulance or somebody requiring a stretcher, to notify us as well. I'd also like to state that a lot of the types of transportation that we're hearing are non-medically related, and they're going to personal events, private events, whatever else. More times than not, a service such as ours is going to do that at no cost. So there'll be no cost to the patient in those cases. And I just want to end with that and say thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Again, I did submit written testimony, as did other ambulance providers within our association and from around the state, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Allard. We're hearing a lot, or seeing a lot in the written testimony in opposition to this bill. The piece that you mentioned, which is if there is somebody that perhaps requires medical care, they wouldn't be able to get that medical care if they were to take a non-emergency stretcher van. The bill does indicate that they would not be able to take a stretcher van if they do in fact require medical care. So your example about, going up 3 flights of stairs and that person requiring medical attention to even descend the staircase probably wouldn't be applicable here. And so I just want to clarify that in the testimony, rather in the bill proposal set forth by the committee, it does indicate that a person who might need ambulatory service or non-emergency ambulatory service would need to obtain a written permission from their physician that a stretcher van could in fact be used, and they do not have any medical needs. So I just wanted to clarify that and see if you wanted to speak to that at all.
Well, I'm not sure that how that practice would actually function. Not having had that experience here, it's difficult enough to get prior authorizations to transport patients by ambulance, and getting the required documentation that we need to get from physicians to transport patients by ambulance. So on the non-emergency side, I think it could be just as much of a challenge, if not more. And again, usually there is some sort of underlying condition, and if the need for help is immediate, we're right there with the ambulance, with all of the gear and all of the medical supplies that we need in order to offer that. Even though the doctor may sign off on it, it's still better and safer for that individual if they are in an ambulance.
And does your association have any modes of transportation that provide all of the medical assistance of an ambulance, but don't look like an ambulance, like a stretcher van might have? So that I think the intent of this bill is coming out of the disability community, saying that, there are often times that they need to be transported to events, non-emergency events, gatherings, and it can be, embarrassing or shameful to show up in an ambulance. So do you have means of transport for these individuals that do not look like ambulances?
No. Nope, we don't.
All right. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing no further questions, thank you for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bruce Adams, followed by Raju Nepal. Welcome, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. And you all can hear me, I assume.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. On behalf of Connecticut's credit unions, I'm offering testimony today supporting HB 6655, which is an act establishing an electronic lien and title program. Connecticut's credit unions have nearly 1 million members in Connecticut, and as of the third quarter of 2022, nationwide credit unions hold the largest market share for issuing auto loans. I can read the rest of the testimony, but I think what I'd really like to get at is that electronic lien and title is a thing that ought to come to Connecticut, and ought to be, we ought to share this technology with our sister states. Simply put, cross-border vehicle transactions, which we've heard something about earlier today, with Massachusetts, create an inefficiency where in Massachusetts, a person gets an electronic title. If they then move to Connecticut, they have to convert that to a paper title. The other thing that happens in the industry is that for many auto lenders, what happens is the car is registered, a title is generated, and goes to the lender, and the lender promptly gets rid of it. And then when the borrower pays the car off, the lien holder, the lender, will say to the borrower to go get a replacement title from the DMV. Connecticut's credit unions tend not to do that, but as the size of a financial institution grows, managing these pieces of paper for 3, 5, or 7 years also becomes a big burden. So we would propose that bringing this technology to Connecticut would benefit the consumer in the following way. That experience becomes more efficient and just as secure as paper titles, if not more. It benefits the retailers, whether online or bricks and mortar, because it reduces and eliminates certain associated costs, like, as mentioned, handling, storing, and mailing the paper titles. And we tend to think that this sets a level playing field between the bricks and mortar and online retailers, but the state benefits as well. There will be more efficient allocation of the human resources inside the department, and it will reduce the costs of processing paper and mailing paper, and it will continue to reduce foot traffic into the branches. I will commend you to the rest of my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions on this bill as you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I was just trying to quickly look up the DMV's testimony on this, because largely, from what I understand from both meeting with you and talking to others about this, is that Connecticut's sort of behind the times here, and one of just a few states who are left, only accepting these paper title rather than electronic. It does appear to me that there are some concerns on the part of the DMV, but I think mainly dealing with the timeline set forth in the proposal, which is something I think we could all work with. So any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I thank you for your time and testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't think we have Raju with us. And so next, Parwana Khan, are you with us in the room? Parwana? No. I don't see Olivia Rings. All right. Mr. Clerk, is number 28 next?
Yes, and he's in the room now.
Okay. Mr. Podolsky, Raphael, welcome.
I'm sorry, I was you got to me more quickly than I anticipated. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm an attorney with Connecticut Legal Services, and I'm here to speak on two bills. Some of you've already heard some testimony on each of them. I'm sorry. Okay. The first I want to mention is House Bill 6544. Excuse me, I've submitted written testimony. We support that bill. It's the one on dealer conveyance fees. What I would say to you simply is, and it was Representative Bronco, I believe, who asked a really good question, which is this is about operating costs. It's not about a pass-through. These are not fees that are then passed through to the state for some other purpose. What it is a different way of disclosing what the overhead is, but it does it in a way that makes it very hard to compare between dealerships the price of what it's really cost. In the best of circumstances, these are incorporated in the price of the vehicle. It is true that there's supposed to be disclosure, but people don't really understand what the disclosure is. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding that people think that what's at stake is something that's being passed through. Based on the information I was able to get, there are 15 states that put caps. I don't think anybody completely prohibits conveyance fees, but they put caps on. New York and Minnesota, I believe, are at $75. California's at $80. There's 4 other states under $150. The data from about 2 or 3 years ago was that in Connecticut, the average fee was a little over $400 and went as high as $700. And it's interesting to see you had a witness who testified, I think, to an $899 fee. I might have gotten that wrong. But the real issue here is whether the best way and the fairest way, and in fact, the fairest way to the dealers who don't charge these separate fees is to level the playing field by essentially requiring that either the totality of these internal costs or some limited number of them go into the price of the car. The second bill I want to say something about is House Bill 6657, which is the towing fee. Like a number of others, we support sections 2 to 5 with some changes. In my written testimony, I suggest what some of those might be. I oppose section 1. I'm going to say something about section 1 because I was one of the people who testified at the Department of Motor Vehicles hearing recently on increasing towing and storage rates. You've heard reasons why it's so important that those be managed properly. It appears to me that the purpose of section 1 is to remove discretion from the Department of Motor Vehicles hearing officer. The legal standard is the rates are supposed to be just and reasonable. This is only for non-consensual tows. For consensual tows, where you hire a towing company, the department does not regulate those fees. Presumably, you have
excuse me, Mr. Podolsky, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, now let me I'll try and do this in 2 sentences. One is, if you look at section 1, you'll see it changes made to shall in several places, and it itemizes out particular specific costs, which may or may not be appropriate, may or may not be appropriately allocated. So it's I can explain more if you want to know, but it's very important that the hearing officer have discretion as to how to evaluate that. So I would urge you I support sections 2 to 5, but I would suggest you take section 1 out of the bill. Thank you. I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Podolsky. I appreciate it on all accounts here, and surprised to learn that there are several other states that cap those conveyance fees, and that cap is so substantially lower than what is being charged here in Connecticut. But I do think an interesting question was posed by a member of this committee when we heard from a dealership earlier, which is, do we think if we eliminate their ability to charge these conveyance fees, or if we cap these conveyance fees, will they then build that into the sales price of a vehicle? And is that what you've seen in other states that have these caps?
I don't have information on that from other states, so I can't answer. I can tell you what I think is likely to happen, because what really is supposed to happen, these are costs that are supposed to be built into the price of the vehicle. And for dealers that don't charge, or that charge very low conveyance fees, I assume they put them into the price of the vehicle. I think that it may have from a consumer perspective, the positive effect of lowering the combined cost of the vehicle plus the conveyance fees, because I think dealers will be reluctant to put the entirety of the conveyance fee into the price of the vehicle, because they want to be competitive. In a sense, it will help the competitive nature of the market, and it will eliminate the penalizing of those dealerships that either charge very low conveyance fees or don't charge any, because they have to put that. Whatever the labor cost, the internal labor cost is of filling out paperwork by their own employees, they have to build that into the cost of the vehicle. So I think to the extent there's any change, it should be a positive change in that when you add the two costs together, you'll get probably a little bit lower cost. My guess is not a huge amount lower, but somewhat lower. But it's ultimately it's the same costs. It's, in other words, what you're looking at now without any restriction is two different ways of coming out to the same price. Are you allowed, as some dealers do, to take it out of what they normally, the price that gets everybody's attention? In effect, they've made that artificially lower. But then they've added on fees to it. So by the time you get done, the bill turns out to be higher than you thought it was going to be. Even if they've disclosed that, it's the same, it turns out to be the same effect.
Okay, I appreciate that, Rafi. And I will just say I'm looking forward to your input as we work to perfect the non-consensual towing bill. I think, you know, together with towing companies and tenant unions and members of this committee, we can get that to a better place. I do see my co-chair, Representative Lamar, has comments or questions.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you, Rafi, for your testimony today. Senator Cohen hit on both issues that I was wanting to touch on, but with respect to the towing bill in specific, the sections that I worked the most on, I thought the most about, were about sections 2 through 5, and I haven't put as much thought into section 1. So if you could just provide greater illumination about what your concerns are. I think we didn't quite get to that component in your testimony. So if you could just maybe finish what your concerns were with respect to section 1, that really helped me as I'm thinking through that section in particular.
Well, the procedure at the DMV is that if the towing companies can petition for an adjustment of rates, because the rates are set by DMV, and they hold a hearing, a public hearing with a hearing officer. The hearing officer's role is essentially to figure out and determine what rates are, I quoted it, I think it's fair and reasonable. I may be stating that not quite right. For that, the hearing officer needs to apply some discretion and use some judgment. And there are numerous different ways in determining what you do or do not count and weigh different factors in setting the rates. And just give you an example. The industry needs to have some very heavy, expensive equipment to deal with major rollovers on the highways. And so that pushes up their operating costs. Question, when you are dealing with how much it's going to cost to tow a small motor vehicle from say an accident site or from an illegal parking to their storage place, how much weight do you give to the fact that they had to buy, in order to be a towing company, they had to buy this $1 million piece of equipment, which has nothing to do with your tow? Or does it? Well, it affects the bottom line of the company. The hearing officer has to have some discretion to decide how much weight to give to that $1 million cost when he's applying it to the cars that you and I drive that are being towed a very short distance because they broke down. That's the kind of discretion that you need to have. All of what the bill attempts to do is to change some mays to shall in section 1, and then to itemize out sort of every kind of cost that you could think of and mandate that kind of consideration. And I think what that's going to do is it's going to result in higher rates. And I know the industry expects it to result in higher rates, because at the hearing that I participated in, they were dissatisfied with the result because they did not get from the hearing officer the claim that they were asking for. So it's kind of written in a very subtle way in section 1, but it seems to me that certainly from a consumer perspective, the system has worked and the rates have stayed reasonable. So it doesn't seem to me that the change is necessary. If it's necessary, then it needs to be looked at closely, or if the committee feels it wants to make a change, it needs to be looked at closely to look at the exact language, because this is a section where what seem like fairly subtle changes in the language may result in significant loss of capacity of DMV to produce just and fair rates.
Thank you, Ricky, for your testimony and your help in helping think through some of the issues here and how to draft this to kind of get to the issues that we're concerned about, but also address different, though somewhat related issues in sections 2 through 5. I appreciate it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Podolsky, good to see you. We missed you for the last couple of years. And it does not surprise me you were at the DMV hearing. So thank you for your continued engagement. You said something that was quite interesting about Section 1, that that the governance of the DMV rate setting applies to non-consensual towing, but it does not apply to consensual towing. Can you clarify that distinction? Because one of the things that I'm trying to establish in this bill is that there are two entities of business operations, from residential, non-consensual, that we've heard some of the really challenging stories and potential abuses, to not hearing a lot about the other aspect of the towing business. That's such a critical element of public safety on our highways, our trucks that need to be moved from a very hazardous and dangerous situation. So can you take, and I would say that is a consensual towing. So what I heard was, from what you understood in Section 1, that the DMV does not need to regulate the consensual side because they can set their own rates. Would that be fair to say? Or maybe you can clarify that for me.
Well, I think that's an overstatement. I'm not sure exactly what I meant by what I said. So let me try and clarify. There are a number of circumstances that I'm aware of where you have vehicles being towed, other than by the owner of the car calling for the towing company and making an arrangement, making a contract. My understanding is that non-consensual in this circumstance refers to without the consent of the owner of the vehicle. So, for example, when you have an accident on the highway, the car might not be driven by the owner of the vehicle, or the owner of the vehicle may be hospitalized and may not be there. That's a non-consensual situation. It may not be non-consensual in the sense that it's okay. Nobody's objecting to the tow of the car. You also have the private property non-consensual tows, which we've heard a lot about today. And then we sometimes are involved and are certainly aware of what I guess I would call traffic and parking related non-consensual tows, where someone gets towed from a parking space because they weren't supposed to be parking there, for example. And in those situations, the police would call the towing company, with apparently working off of some sort of a rotational system, and the car would be towed. So as a general proposition, I think at least a lot of the motivation for rate regulation is the non-consensual tow, because there's not the non-consensual in the sense they have not made a price agreement with the towing company as to what's going to be paid. For example, I know that the insurance industry, interestingly enough, has taken many of the same positions that we have taken at the DMV hearings, because they are picking up cost through insurance policies for accident-related non-consensual tows. So I'm not an expert in this. You'd really have to ask the department exactly what the parameters of non-consensual are. It's my belief that in when it goes beyond whatever is classed as non-consensual, I think the rate is not regulated. But I could be wrong about that, because I've never had any dealings at that end of the process. So my experience has really been particularly with people's inability to get their cars back and the spiraling circumstances that happens when somebody cannot get their car back, or it's a long period of time and they don't have much money, they don't have the cash in the bank, they don't carry the cash. I mean, all those kind of things that have been described in relation to tows from apartment buildings also apply, for example, if your car is towed because it's parked in the wrong place or your meter ran out. And you now have to go and get your car back. And the very same issues arise. Is it 20 miles away or is it 2 miles away? Will they take your credit card or they demand cash? Will they bargain the price with you and let it out for less? Or are they going to say, too bad, you can't give us all at once, you don't get your car back? And what's common, and that's already unlawful, is they won't let you take your stuff out of the car. Many of these places will not let you have your personal goods. They have a lien on the car, storage lien. They do not have a lien on what's in the car. And I know from cases that I've had, some of the towing companies will not allow somebody to take anything from the car unless they pay the full price of the tow and have the car removed.
Thank you. And Mr. Podolsky, and it's one of the reasons I look forward to speaking with you, because I think you are a diligent public servant, a tremendous public advocate. And when you don't know things, you readily admit it. And I think one of the important things that this bill brings forth is we hear so much about the non-consensual residential towing, and that's been the experiences. But I don't think we've given enough consideration, and even you admitted that you have very little experience in understanding the complexities and the challenges of our towing business in regards to highways and roadways and public safety or accidents, to kind of remove delays and their rate challenges that occur. Would that be a fair statement as well? That's what I understood you said.
No, and I certainly don't have first-hand knowledge of that. And so, yeah.
And I think that's the frustration.
There are definite limits to my knowledge. It may be interesting to you to know that a decade ago, I tried to push on this committee doing a Bill of Rights for owners of motor vehicles, because for example, one of the issues, and this is something I had some personal experience with, is that if you are wrongly ticketed for no parking and your car is as a result towed, you cannot, trying to get your car back while you are protesting the ticket, which was the basis for the tow, is extremely difficult. And that's a reform you ought to address. But in terms of knowledge of some of the commercial stuff, no.
And I think this is part of the objective. And I want to thank Chairman Lamar for his willingness to incorporate both aspects of the business in a public hearing so that we can have that conversation. Because I think in some cases it's been unfairly portrayed that it's one side of the business and some of the potential horror stories that you've heard. But we're not really listening to some of our small businesses in the towing business that do a tremendous public safety good in getting traffic accidents on our highways, and the danger and the risk and the regulatory aspect of it. Because one of the things I've learned in this process is the fact that those businesses that have to operate actually report to two state agencies in regards to guidelines and requirements. And two, I don't think there has been a lot of consideration, even though on a static basis of residential towing, but our highways have dramatically changed in speed in regards to the type of vehicles that need to be changed, our trucks, and there's really been very little consideration. And I think when you have that public hearing basis in a DMV, you're really not listening to all aspects of the business that are impacted by the universal rate that's being set. So I hope that, that with your assistance and your insight and advocacy, that you learn a little bit more about the other towing businesses and how they're impacted by the certain rate changes or non-changes that occur, and the good actors and the safety measures that they have to undertake to ensure public safety on our roads. So I hope to be able to work with you and get your thoughts and input and insight on it so that we can represent all aspects of the towing business and to make sure that it's fairly treated. And most importantly, that the workers there are safe in their activities, because unfortunately we've seen a number of tragic accidents on our highways from our towing companies and their employees, and there has to be consideration and respect given to that. So Mr. Podolsky, it's great to hear from you. Look forward, and I hope you'll take my offer to use your insight and expertise to explore all aspects of the non-consensual and towing business that are small businesses in our state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
you, and I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Thank you so much again for your time and testimony, Mr. Podolsky. We really appreciate it and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Okay, my apologies to Mr. Tim Vibert. I think I skipped over you. I apologize for that. And then after you will be Alex Slatke of AAA, and then Barbara Davis. I think everybody on that list is in person. Good to see you.
Thank you. Not a problem. My name is Tim Vibert. I am the owner of Farmington Motorsports in Farmington, Connecticut. I'm also a board member of the Connecticut Towing Association. And I'm here today to oppose Bill 6657. In some ways, I'm going to just, you have my written testimony, and I'm going to just hit a couple of different issues here about my testimony. I would have to say the only part that I'm in favor of is the change in the wording may and shall. It's something that I've been very vocal about for many years, because I believe that it affects our rate increase hearings, because when we go to a rate increase hearing with a 90-page document, the commissioner may consider the information in there. Okay, I think he shall consider it. It's only right that they look at the information in there and they take it and present a fair rate from those. Okay, they've also added several different issues that we've been targeted before about everybody has insurance. You can't tell us about your insurance rates going up and things of that nature. So I am all for this type of language. I would tell you that I'm a little concerned about having AAA rates in there, because AAA is a consensual type towing process, not a non-consensual. So when you start comparing consensual and non-consensual, okay, for a rate increase for non-consensual, I believe it shouldn't be mixed in. So with that set aside, I want to talk a little bit about non-consensual towing. We have a little bit of a dilemma here, because we have a bill in front of us talking about trespass towing, as we call it in the towing industry. It's a non-consensual tow. Well, the statutes, there's only one statute for two types of non-consensual towing. One is I'll call police towing, which is the municipality or state police calling us for roadway incidences, traffic accidents, no insurance, towing cars for no insurance, and these types. And then on the other hand, there is talk about the trespass towing. Okay, and this bill, for the most part, talks about trespass towing, and in there is about a 20-mile limit that we can charge. Well, Farmington Motorsports is a business that does not do 1% of my business is trespass towing. I have one client that's a friend. They have a package store next to a heavy restaurant. Every once in a while, once a year, maybe I might.
Excuse me, Mr. Vibert, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Yes. So I'm opposed to having a 20-mile limit on my police towing. Somebody breaks down in Farmington, they want to go to Danbury, I lose 32 miles. So I don't think that's fair. I don't think that was the intent, but it's there. It's in statute. So the other one is I would approach was the 24-hour hold on the cars for trespass towing. Again, I don't do trespass towing. My colleagues are going to talk a little bit more about that. I believe it isn't as big a problem.
Mr.
as
Verber, just again, you're
yes,
past the 3 minute.
is put forward. But I would tell you that in this incident, it is one complex really voicing their opinion. And I feel for them, I do. But I don't know what exactly is transpiring there. So thank you. As I said, my written testimony is out there. I'll answer any questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Vibert, and I fully recognize that this bill is intended to eliminate sort of the bad players in the towing industry who are not, responsibly towing at police requests or, are taking under consideration a myriad of reasons why somebody shouldn't be towed at any particular time. I wonder if you might provide the committee with any advice on how we would come at some of the bad players, how we could address some of the issues that we've heard today about, because when you talk about if a person wants to go to Danbury from Farmington, obviously that's consensual. We're talking about situations where a landlord, owner of a property is towing a car unbeknownst to that car owner, and they are taking it, 50 miles from their home and then requiring cash to retrieve the vehicle. So I wonder if maybe you could address how you handle it in your towing business. Do you offer other means of payment besides cash? And how might we as a committee address getting at the bad players?
Okay, so let me just address quickly. The tow to Danbury is considered in the eyes of DMV a non-consensual tow. State police, they say, well, if the owner comes to you and says they want to be towed, but by definition, you receive the phone call from the police department, which makes it a non-consensual tow. Okay, I know that state police are going to try and change their regulations to say all cars must go back to the facility, okay, where the tow truck started, and then you can negotiate from there. That'll take care of those issues. But today, it is still a non-consensual tow. Some of the other issues, as far as taking different types of forms of credit card, okay? We do take credit cards. What this is asking us to do is to take credit cards and checks and things of this nature. We haven't taken to check for any towing services for 20 years, okay? Because people write a check with no funds in there, okay? The other problem that arises to look at the situation with credit cards and why people don't take credit cards is because you can stop payments on a credit card, okay? And that's the problem. And sometimes what happens is that you get a disgruntled customer, okay? In my business, I may have towed a car in for a person with no license. They want to get the car out. They're upset. They're calling me all sorts of names and they're calling me a crook. Okay. It's not an everyday occurrence, but it happens. I'm a little concerned about taking a credit card from that person. Okay. And that's really the issue that people have with credit cards. They can stop payment on credit cards. I would tell you the majority of my business, towing business, in the town of Farmington, I take credit cards, okay? But I would tell you that there's sometimes I'm reluctant to take a credit card because I'm being unfairly accused of something that, first of all, I didn't have your card towed, the police did. I'm only doing what the police have asked. So there is that concern. So that's something that the trespass towers that do a lot of trespass tow are concerned about. They're upset because these people have parked in somebody else's parking spot Now they're being towed because the person's parking spot that they're parked in wants their parking spots back. Okay, and that they're not getting it. I'm not sure about Hamden, to be quite honestly. I would tell you that the cure, and I talked to them about this after the hearing in December. I approached them afterwards and encouraged them to call DMV. Okay, the tower in question said that he did everything by the law, and he well might have. I don't, to be quite honestly, I'm not even sure what all the complaints are. They're talking about parking crooked and things of this nature. I don't know, but I do know that the Department of Motor Vehicles has a complaint division, okay, that would be more than glad to look at that complaint and say, why are we having so many problems? Now, it also may be a problem with the landlord, and talking with them that the landlord has a whole lot of rules, okay? I don't do a lot of trespass towing. I don't know about these rules, but seemed to me that you have to back your car in, not pull it in, or it's a little crooked. I don't know. But what I do know is that, and I encouraged her to take those complaints to DMV, because if the tower didn't do anything wrong, then the people that were complaining could put their concerns and find out what's the problem. Is it a towing concern or is it a landlord concerned? Okay, and I know that we got heavily beaten up on at that hearing for talking about overcharging and things like that. I would tell you, my colleagues are going to tell you that a lot of towns will not tow trespass towing. I've been approached many a times by many of places in town of Farmington. I will not do it. Okay, it's a business all in itself, and it's you get beat up. And my reputation is in non-consensual police towing, and I have a garage business and I have a reputation, and so it is my thought that I can't do that type of towing, but it's a necessity. Okay, Farmington's not so bad. You know, you get one tenant complaining about the other, this and that. The city of Hartford or Bridgeport, or it's a whole different ballgame. Okay, you go to the dentist office, who's across the street from the courthouse. Their 5 parking spots are being used up for the courthouse. Okay, what do? They're going to mark the car for 48 hours. It's not a reasonable solution. Okay, what they do, their lots are marked clearly. Okay, and they have a person that calls and says, the person just walked across the street. I asked her to move her car. She didn't. They tow the car. Okay, and that's a lot of the cases with trespass towing, is simply they're using somebody else's parking spot. And most cases, people want them towed because they want their parking spot back, whether it's commercial or residential.
Well, I appreciate that answer, Mr. Vibert. I think Representative Bronco has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vibert, thank you for coming in here to talk to us today. My question is surrounding the trespass towing, and my hang up is on this 24-hour notice. So for example, would someone improperly parked in a handicap spot, would that qualify as a trespass towing?
My guess is somebody would be in a handicapped spot is going to get removed. It's probably a law enforcement issue, because they could get probably a ticket for that.
So that wouldn't necessarily qualify for a 24-hour notice before removal.
I could never imagine that they're going to put a sticker on a car in a handicapped or in front of a fire hydrant. That to me would automatically be a ticketable offense by the law enforcement. Okay, and towed on the opposite side of the spectrum of non-consensual towing. No longer a trespass tow. That really isn't a trespass tow. That's an illegal tow. And the police have tickets for those, and they're going to issue a summons for it, and they can deem that car to be towed right away. That would be my thought on that.
Okay, so then the trespass towing and the 24-hour notice, we're really talking about cars you're talking about in a private parking lot that is parked crooked or something. We're not talking about cars that are in spots where they should not be parked, that you're gonna tag them and leave them there for 24 hours before towing.
Well, it's my understanding by looking at this legislation, okay, that all trespass towing cars are going to have to be tagged and wait 24 hours, okay? We do now have there's a regulation in there that we can tow a vehicle with unsigned parking areas after 48 hours. Most of those are abandoned. We get a call in the fall for cars that are abandoned and they need to plow. But as my understanding of the regulation or the statute that they want to put through is that every car will be tagged. And if it's tagged 3 times, then you can do whatever you want with it, okay? But you'll have to wait that 24 hours, okay? So, and I think most of this is going to, obviously, the commercial end of it, the commercial parking lots. And again, most people think of their hometown, it's not that big of a problem. You get into the cities, it's a problem. Parking is at a minimum. And it's really a big problem there. Okay, so, and if you're near a good restaurant, okay, we had a fella call me about it in Bridgeport. They use the parking lot next door. Okay, they leave litter there. They party in the parking lot and they go into the bar and they come out. They don't pick up their bottles or anything and drive off. So he's concerned. He doesn't want a car there. Okay, so what he's going to have to do, he's going to tag the car. People are going to come out of the bar, take the thing off and take off. Okay, maybe they come back the next time, maybe not. Okay, right now, the biggest deterrent is signs. Says right there, very clear in the one lot that I have to trespass tow in, it's very clear. If you're parking the spot, it tells it right there, pricing, the whole 9 yards. So people that park in that lot, they know.
All right, thank you for that clarification, and I appreciate you coming to see us in person here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vitter, you're the past president of the Towing and Recovery Professionals of Connecticut. How many members do you have?
Today, I believe we have somewhere in about 175 members. Connecticut we've been back when I was a president, I started in the 90s. 94, we had probably 350. So the towing businesses are dwindling due to the hard work and dangerous situations. But I'd say probably, my guess is probably somewhere between 150 and 200 members right now.
And how many do you estimate is in business in the entire state?
It's difficult because there's a lot of garages that have one tow truck. They're not towing business. Okay. So in general, one of the things, the problems in Connecticut is that you have to have a dealer's repair license to be a tower, have a licensed tow truck. Okay. And there is very few standalone towing companies, although there are some. The problem with the towing business is that it needs to be supplemented by the garage business. Okay, mine included. Okay, the bigger I get, it's a little bit better. But to be quite honestly, with the amount of insurance and things I have to do, it is very difficult to have a standalone towing business. So to answer your question, it's very difficult because there's a lot of garages that have one tow truck just for their own use and they tow their customers, but they're not doing police work. I would tell you right now that the amount of towing companies that are on what they call police rotation has dwindled. Okay, it actually has.
And that's one of the challenges we're seeing from this public hearing and exchange of information is that many of these single operators may be bad operators. You've even said yourself, you only do one trespass towing with this client that you have, and you won't do the other ones. It's your personal decision and a business decision, right? You lose some businesses.
Yes.
So, but you can see where some of this regulation, if you look at it under that lens, is saying, I want to curtail the bad operators that take advantage of consumers, and to the nth degree of the law, impose that and then seek a revenue source. I say that just because there is such a wide, as you even said, that there's just a wide gamut of people operating in this business. The second question I had for you is the fact that in your business, how much of your business is going onto the highways to tow trucks that are down, to tow cars that may be in an accident, and a public safety issue, as well as a traffic delay? Look, people sometimes forget when accidents occur on the highway, you've got a 2 or 3 mile backup, and you're under tremendous pressure to get that business out. How much of your business is in that area?
My towing business, I also have a partner, my brother Marty runs the service end of it, but the towing business, it's a huge part of my business right now, municipal towing and state police towing. Okay, I'm out there every day. My guess is we have been out there on I-84 today probably 6 times. Okay, we had a fatality at 3 this morning that we took care of. We had to pick up the car off the guardrail that was in back of the guardrail and put it on a truck. So we're out there every day, at least 6 or 7 times of some sort, towing off the highway. And so it's a huge part of my business. Okay, I focus on law enforcement towing. That's.
And in the Department of in the Transportation Committee, we're talking about traffic safety. And how many years have you been in the business, sir?
I've been in the business over 40 years.
Okay, when you were 10. There you go.
I'm
in 40 years, would you say that the speed and the dynamics of our highways has significantly changed, and the work setting and regulations, not only from the standpoint of rate setting that we're seeing in Section 1, but the regulations that govern safety and protocols have really not adapted to the highway towing that you have seen? Can you offer some insights on that?
So I am part of the Connecticut Towing Coalition, Tim's Towing Coalition, which is a group that we look at reducing crashes on the highway. And a lot of it is secondary crashes. Secondary crashes are caused by the original crash. Okay. And if we don't get the original crash cleaned up quickly, then we have a secondary crash. And there's all sorts of statistics about fatalities on secondary crashes and things like that. Through the years, the towing industry in Connecticut, the Towing Association has worked hand in hand with DOT and CROG and state police to ensure quick clearance. Okay, but what I would tell you on the end is that we put together a lot of good regulations through the state police to try and upgrade equipment to better service the people of Connecticut and cure secondary crashes. And we cured them by some of them by quick clearance. So instead of doing an 8-hour quick clearance, we've been able to reduce that time maybe to 4 hours, 5 hours sometimes. And that was our big goal. Okay, we have had companies invest millions of dollars in equipment, my own too, I have a 50-ton rotator that simply saves time. It works off and it saves lanes. It works off the side of the highway or the one lane. It leaves two open. It's a huge investment. Okay. And, but I would tell you that the investment, the state of Connecticut really hasn't, what I thought should have looked at that and said, we really got to look at your rate structures. Okay. Because one of the problems is that we work by the hour and you want us to work quicker. We have to spend more money on equipment, and thus we really get less money, okay, than we used to. And again, we have worked diligently to reduce traffic congestion.
You bring up a very, very good point. And your rate increases, I mean, part of Section 1, you oppose this bill, but you like Section 1 in regards to consideration. And is that driven by the ability to have rate increases consumer with your investment and your collaboration and efficiency? You're paid by the hour. You're helping general public safety and traffic efficiency by reducing an 8 or 9 hour job to 4 hours.
Bingo.
But
Yep.
You're getting paid the same rate. And when was the last time that you had a significant rate? It might have been just recently, but prior to that recent rate increase, so just so we know, how many years did you go without any
So in
rate change?
2018, we received a 18% increase on one item in our regulated pricing. Okay. We put together a 93-page program, had a huge amount of help from some of the biggest law firms in Connecticut, accounting firm out of Baltimore. We probably spent $100,000 to put this together. And when I talked to you about may and shall, okay, when the DMV came back with a 18% increase over the last 11 years, okay, I was appalled by it, okay? And they didn't understand what the big problem was here, okay? We work hard out there, and to be quite honestly, we deserve to get paid for what we do, okay? And to be quite honestly, we have people that are looking out for the less fortunate. And when you go to one of our rate increases, we get hammered on by everybody about cheating the poor people out of their cars.
So let me be clear. You did have an 18% increase on one item out of how many services you provide?
I shouldn't say that. We got $1 a day storage increase. We also got, we went from $88 to $105 on the pickup. We were looking for $136.50.
And it has not changed until recently for 11 years.
Well, the tower that sparked all of this put in a request for a rate increase hearing the 3rd of March. We finally got a hearing date in November for a December hearing date, and that gives them 90 days. We have not heard from DMV about their new rate increase proposal. Okay, so really our 2-year rate increase is really a 4-year. It takes a full year to get heard, and we have 2 years, and we can now reapply, and it takes another year to get another rate increase. So it's very difficult.
So I mean, obviously, other parts of this bill relates to the trespass and the residential towing, the bad actors, but the critical element of Section 1 talks about rate review and rates consideration. And for me, I'm trying to put the pieces together. The fact that increase investment in technology, you're paid by the hour, and regulations and public safety, as well as your own employee safety on the roads, is a consideration. And then I'm simplified by saying inflationary cost for staffing and supplies, not to mention the rise of diesel fuel, which powers a majority of your trucks and equipment has not abated. Who's absorbing all of those costs,
My repair facility.
right? So
As
I think,
told my state legislator, I do work on his car. I reminded him somebody had to pay for that.
I'm not going there on that, but I think what I'm trying to piece together is many of the small businesses which are entailed in what we're talking about here. They're good actors or bad actors, but as you had just answered on my first question about your membership, it's becoming a dwindling number of businesses, because at the end of the day, you can't make ends meet.
Yeah, and you know, our business has really gone from what they call a mom and pop. For years, it was got away from that, a little bit more corporate, but it's gone to mom and pop again. It's the family that's going out there. In my case, I have 2 sons and a daughter. They're out there. My sister's working for us. It's a family operation, and that's our help. You know, we're to be on the highway in a state police situation, and in all police, it's 20 minutes. So think about that. 3 o'clock in the morning, you get a phone call. I need your rotator out on the highway for fatality. We got to be out there in 20 minutes.
Well, I appreciate your time and thank you. And when you're out on the road, my thoughts and prayers and making sure everybody's safe.
And I'd just like to add one thing here, is that the statistics that nationally that they talk about at the museum, the towing museum and the Hall of Fame, and they have a wall of fallen, that there is 1 tower dies every 6 days across the country.
Well, let's
tower
alleviate
6
that
days.
number. And when you're out on the road with you and your family and all of your colleagues, please be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And I've been looking at this bill as drafted, and I do think it's important to note, because we did mention the placard parking if somebody's in a handicapped accessible location or in front of a fire hydrant. Those are both accepted in the bill. So I just want to make note of that as written currently. Any other comments or questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Bibber,
for your
for
time.
your time and patience with us today. All right, Alex Slatke. Thanks for being with us. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I just realized your microphone is off. We're getting notifications that your sound wasn't on. So could you could give a quick sum
Okay.
said so far and then dive in because folks on CTN probably were not able to hear you. So, but you can, yeah.
I won't subject everyone in the room to a full repeat, but my name's Alex Slacky. I'm with AAA, and this is really honing my 30-second elevator pitch. We want cannabis to be separated out from other drugs and driver education standards because we know that youth are far more exposed to cannabis than they are to other drugs. We know that cannabis is more prevalent among fatally injured drivers and seriously injured drivers than other drugs are, which doesn't necessarily mean they're impaired by cannabis, but we know drivers are being exposed to it at some point. And we know that this leads to alarming rates of impaired driving, both nationally and here in Connecticut, where, you know, the survey results from national studies about different states show that Connecticut has an alarming rate of impaired driving due to cannabis. And I think I'm up to where I was before. Just yesterday, UConn published a study of cannabis users in Connecticut, which found that more than 40% of them don't wait at all to drive after they've used cannabis. So we know that education is necessary in driver education classes. And we'd also say we should be doing this in health education classes as well, because we know not all students drive. Not all students learn to drive when they're in high school. As we heard before, many people are waiting, but a lot of people are riding with drivers who are under the influence of cannabis. And so we want to make sure that they are exposed to this information as well. In addition to all adults, right? It's certainly not just teens that are engaging in this risky behavior. And we want to make sure that this information is given out to consumers at dispensaries, who are the ones that we really directly want to target. And I would just say that AAA has done this sort of work in various states. I know we offer a program about marijuana's effects on the brain and those effects on driving to health education classes here in Connecticut and around the region. In Massachusetts, we worked with the RMV there to disseminate content from that program about cannabis impaired driving to driving schools around the state. And we'd be happy to do the same thing here in Connecticut. And both of those would be, of course, at no cost to any school or any driving school. And also happy to work with any legislator to do any events in their district about the dangers of driving under the influence of cannabis, but also prescription drugs, other drugs, whatever would be helpful. So certainly an important issue, and happy to work with the committee and any legislators to tackle it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Slacky, and well done in getting that done so quickly for the second round. So the material, I appreciate AAA's testimony and willingness to get involved in this process as it unfolds. The materials that you have, is that curricula that it would be provided to the schools, or do you have videos? What sort of materials would be provided?
Sure. So I guess I would separate into two aspects. The health education classes that we do, we've gone into the schools and we've tried to make it as interactive as possible. But we're also happy to provide, the presentation really. And I'm happy to share all the materials with you after the fact. So what we've done is we've gone in and we've done those sorts of presentations live. As regards the driving schools, what we did in Massachusetts, that was really a video. It's kind of a supplement to the impaired driving module, and I'm happy to share that video with you all as well. But certainly we can try to tailor it to Connecticut to make it as effective as it can be.
Okay, is that the shift gears driving while high that Representative Cheeseman mentioned?
Yeah, so the shifting gears is originally it was the program that we were doing in health classes, and then I guess it shifted into being something that was in the driving schools as well.
Okay, terrific. All right, any questions? Yes, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Alex, for being here. As we know, we spoke not too long ago, and the idea of coming into the schools, I'm certainly not a proponent of mandating anything more onto our educational curriculum and trying to separate out. But coming into our schools, especially after school type classes or any kind of event, is certainly something that we really, and you stated it really well when you said it, that, you know, everyone is so aware of the drinking and driving, but no one's really thinking about the cannabis and being impaired. And we well know that impairment driving is certainly at an all-time high right now in other types of driving. But I just want to drive home the point. I really appreciate you being here, and education is key in this case. And I hope that we can work together in my district and certainly in other districts in the state of Connecticut. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate that. And I would say, you know, when it comes to the issue of alcohol and cannabis, you know, there's a lot of overlap because a lot of people are driving under the influence of both cannabis and alcohol, which can worsen the effects of the other and make it even more dangerous. So, you know, they're not entirely separate issues.
I think
for
someone,
sure.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think someone said it earlier. Also, it's not even just the smoking of marijuana, it's the edibles, edible candies and brownies and cookies and whatever. So it's that as well. So you don't necessarily think about that, but it's there. So thank you.
Yeah, and I do know and appreciate your comment about mandates, further mandates, but I do know that there is a component in the health curriculum, as you sort of alluded to and have been helping with. So I wonder to what extent we can incorporate now, given cannabis legalization, some of this into their health curriculum as well. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Alec, I just want to say thank you for your testimony. And I would love to see that video presentations given in Massachusetts and see if we can't get that here in Connecticut. And I agree with the ranking member and the good chair. We don't want mandates, but certainly to the extent they can be offered and we can find some monies locally to increase the education. I think it's way overdue, and I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised. Thanks so much, Alec, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Barbara Davis of Iris, followed by Sal Senna. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Transportation Committee. It is my honor to testify in support for House Bill 6656, more specifically, access to DMV services for limited English proficiency populations. I am a community co-sponsor developer at Iris, and with that role, I do many things. I help community groups around Connecticut to develop and welcome refugee families within their own communities. Also, I am a liaison with the DMV, so I have plenty of knowledge about this subject. Iris has been resettling refugee families from around the world with a priority of assisting them to integrate into American society and become self-sufficient. In addition to this role, I have helped lead a community group in Danbury for the past 7 years, known as Danbury Area Refugee Assistance, or DARA. With training from Iris, we work with one refugee family at a time, and after working with several, I have witnessed firsthand the struggles many of them face while trying to earn a driver's license and the desperation they feel in trying to overcome the language barriers that exist. The Afghan family DARA is working with presently arrived just over a year ago. One adult member of this family speaks 4 languages and is in the process of learning English, but because he is attempting to pass a test written using specialized technical terms, he has failed 3 attempts. He fears he will never pass. I know that this individual's ability to speak English is not an indicator of his intelligence or ability to function as a hard-working, contributing member of society, nor is it an indicator of being a reliably safe driver. But at this point, his limited but developing English skills are a huge hindrance toward passing that test. There are thousands of newcomers like him around Connecticut. The DMV is required to add a new language option to the learner's permit test if the limited English proficiency population in question reaches 1% of our state's total population. That's about 36,000 people. This absolutely needs to be revisited. Many other states have recognized this oppressive problem and have been addressing it. Thanks to Representative Comey, Several OLR reports have been completed that outline the responses of many other states to this challenge. I implore the committee thoroughly study this information and new, more realistic criteria be established for Connecticut's DMV specifically. There are many other states that have a far lower threshold for lots of different reasons. They use lots of different strategies. The OLR reports do a really great job of explaining those different strategies. I am very proud the state of Connecticut is a leader in welcoming refugees to our state. In 2021, Governor Lamont spoke about welcoming Afghan evacuees specifically. Within his speech, he directed state government agencies to, quote, ensure all of the necessary resources are available and ready to provide support to these men, women, and children making the long trip to Connecticut from Afghanistan. It is our obligation and our duty to ensure these Afghan refugees feel welcome, and we will work to ensure they have everything that they need, unquote. Translating the necessary resources for adequate access to earning a driver's license is an essential piece that is missing from this welcome. Other states are addressing this issue. Connecticut needs to as well for as many LEP populations as possible. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for being here and for your work with our refugee community. I would be curious, obviously, the legislation before us requests that any language requested be available. However, in your experience with IRIS, are there particular languages that would be most meaningful if we were to address those first?
Well, certainly to address the Afghan crisis, it would be Pashto and Dari. Those are the two most often spoken within that community. We also resettle refugees from all around the world. We have refugees that come from different parts of Africa. Swahili would be something that would be very helpful, along with Aramaic. A lot of the languages that have been added to the state of Virginia's learner's permit test mimic the different refugee trends that have happened over the past several years, 5-6 years. So that is a really interesting state to study because they offer 24 different languages. Connecticut offers 11. So one of the things they do is they absolutely consult with refugee resettlement agencies within their state, with a organization called React Richmond, and really drill down on what the trends are so that they can anticipate what kinds of languages are going to be needed and therefore implement different methods for making sure that those different translations are accessible within the DMV and other agencies so that they aren't constantly reacting to crises, that they have something established. And I know in my communication with the DMV, there are several representatives there that have made very clear that the 1% threshold does not meet their needs either. It makes it very difficult for them to react to a crisis when it occurs because they get a lot of political pressure, a lot of pressure from community groups around Connecticut, like the organization DARA that I help run, because you have regular Connecticut citizens who are doing this work and they start to see the incredible difficulties that the families they are trying to assist are having with obtaining a driver's license. It takes some of them years to get a driver's license because of this issue. So they start pestering their representatives, and those representatives start pestering the DMV. So the DMV has said to us, yes, it would be great if the legislators could create more clear criteria for them.
Great, I appreciate that. Representative Berger Javallo.
Thank you so much. And I echo my gratitude to you for what you do for the Afghan community in particular. I have a question regarding, and you may not be able to answer this, and that's okay, but regarding Virginia's translations, do you know how they go about actually getting those translations? Do they have volunteers who are willing to do this, or is it a paid?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Okay.
You might be able to dig it out of one of those OLR reports though, because they are extensive.
Gotcha. We're just talking about an earlier testimony eliminating that cost barrier to make this make it a clearer path. So.
Sure, and
thank you.
I would add to that, that Iris has many in-house interpreters as well. And specifically with Dari and Pashto, many who actually worked as interpreters for the US military. So there are lots of ways of being more creative about how to get that work done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm reading your testimony that you have in here, and just for clarification, so what you have in here regarding, it's highlighted, those are the reports you're referring to
Yes.
for the OLR and the reestablished Richmond, and we can. pick
Yeah,
it
and
up from
there were
there.
actually 3 OLR reports.
Attached to your testimony there.
Well, not attached, no, there were 3 OLR reports that Representative Comey had completed. I don't
Okay.
think I attached all of them in my testimony. The one that I did attach was in reference to the information I was talking about in that section of my
Okay, I
testimony.
appreciate that. Thank
Yeah.
you very much, and thank you for spending your day with us.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam
my
Chair.
pleasure.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, do you have your hand up, or is that from or earlier? I'm gonna guess that's from earlier. Yeah. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, thank you so much for your patience, your time, your testimony today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we've got Sal Senna, followed by Paul Hilario. Welcome.
Thank you, members of Transportation Committee, for giving me this opportunity to testify. My name is Sal Senna. I own a family-owned business with several locations throughout Connecticut. We do municipality towing and trespass towing. I'm here to testify today in House Bill 6657 in support for Section 1. As far as municipalities go, there's a huge amount of equipment that they require us to have in order to service rotation lists, both on the highway and locally. With that being said, there's a disconnect between the regulating body that comes up with our rates and the municipalities that dictate the equipment that they want us to have in order to service them. With that disconnect, we need a House Bill 6657 to connect the two. So this way we come up with a rate that's fair and just. So we look to have motor vehicles take consideration, the shall and may be changed. So this way the rate itself will be determined in a fair and just way. As far as the rest of the section goes, as far as the bill, I'd say 20%, maybe 30% of my business is trespass towing. As I'm listening here today, it seems that a lot of concern is coming out of one housing development or one apartment complex. And I don't know the terms or the situation that they're dealing with over there. I can tell you this, we service, and I brought that and it's been submitted online, several places, from the Hartford Housing Authority to the University of Hartford to the YMCA. There's a letter in here from the Meriden Housing Authority. Just that they have what we have. We pull people out of parking spots that they don't belong. We'll give you an example. One of our properties we service is on 55 Trumbull Street. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. It's right next door to the Hartford Civic Center. When there's a UConn game, nobody in that complex has anywhere to park. It's filled. If there's any event going on in the Civic Center, it's filled. And our phones ring. People are in our spaces. Parking lots are full. Can you get them out? Again, I don't know how it is at this Serramonte, but I can tell you any place that we service, it's posted. Vehicles will be towed, but it doesn't just say that. It tells you it'll be towed if you don't belong here, if you don't have a sticker, if you're unregistered, if it's inoperable. We spell it out perfectly to avoid problems and people saying, hey, I didn't know. One of the things also that we do, and I like in your bill, is if a tenant is there and a car's disabled or broken, we tag it. They belong there. There's no gripe about that. We can tag it, give them 24 hours to make arrangements, to move the vehicle, to prepare the vehicle, do whatever they need to do. There's a way of doing it right, and there's a grimy way. I built my business over the 30 years of doing it right. We don't tow people's cars with 30-day permits. I've never heard of such a thing, to be totally honest with you. You get a permit, it's usually for the length of your lease. We don't enforce people paying their rent. That's not my job. Again, there's a way to do this properly and there's a way not to. I laugh because the Harvard Housing Authority said, hey, listen, and this is just recently over the past 30 days. We have people that park in spaces, you're not towing them. I'm like, they have handicap permits.
Excuse me, sir. Just heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I said, listen, the Fair Disability Act says you can't tow these people's car. Well, they're, and again, I don't know if they legitimately belong having those permits or not, but good conscience, we don't tow them. So the Housing Authority says, well, we're going to mandate you're going to start towing. We're going to start tagging them because a lot of these people passed on to friends and family in different senses. We need you to enforce certain things. And with that, we try to create a fair and what's the right word I'm looking for here? A just way of doing it without being predatory, not trying to hurt people. But at the same point, one of the complexes we service is an elderly development right next to a very thriving bar.
Excuse me, Mr. Senna, you're past your minute marker.
I'll wrap it up. As far as the bill goes, Section 1, I support. The rest of it, with some tweaks and things changed, it's potentially a good bill. But to tell people they got to wait 24 hours to have park in their own space doesn't really make much sense.
Thank you, Mr. Senna, and I appreciate, again, like I had said to a colleague of yours also in the towing business, I think what we're really trying to address here are the bad players. I think you recognize that, and I appreciate your willingness to come to the committee and want to work with us to come up with a way to prevent those predatory practices. And so I appreciate, your testimony today and waiting for as long as you have to come up here. Any questions? Yes, Senator Wong.
I'll be very quick and thank you for appearing and serving as the president now. And as we know, any volunteer organization, it's a thankless job. So thank you very much for doing this. And I appreciate you sharing your personal perspective and the value principles that you adhere to, and as a family small business. But I think the most important thing I want to say quickly is that as your employees and yourself are on the road, please be safe and God bless you. Thank you.
Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Sal, for coming out today. I'm sorry I'm not able to see you in person. I just wanted to thank you for years of help on a number of issues where legislation has been before this committee. You and I have not always agreed, but you've always been an honest broker on a number of issues. You've helped work on bills with me in the past that you may have found objectionable. We've worked to make them better. There may have been bills that I found objectionable that I was able to work with you to make better on my end. And you've always been a steadfast advocate for the association and someone that I've come to trust on a lot of these issues. And I frankly will look forward to working with you to address what I think even you agree are some pretty serious issues that are isolated in nature, but do need some level of address. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I do not see any. Oh, sorry, Representative Mara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going through the testimonies now, and did you submit yours online?
I did, along with all these. They should be all there already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the testimony it's not there yet, but our clerks are, receiving testimony throughout the day and throughout the week, really. And so it'll be loaded as they can get to it. So appreciate you being here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Hilario, followed by Joseph Guarino, followed by Ruth Grobe. Welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Hilario. I'm a small business owner located in Danbury, Connecticut. I've been involved with the towing business and recovery business for about 40 years. I'm here today in support of House Bill 6657, but specifically Section 1, as I have had modified it in my written testimony that I submitted electronically yesterday. in my opinion, sections 2 through 5 should probably fall off this bill because it sounds like they need more time to fine tune those items. Because I don't want to sound redundant, but you know, trespass towing is a very different and complex type of towing versus commercial, you know, like police and non-consensual highway towing and municipality towing. It's two different animals. So with that said, you know, it's paramount that this legislative body understands that. So with speaking with section 1, I think the two most important factors today, in my opinion, are that there's a massive disconnect between two state agencies that govern our industry for non-consensual police order towing and recovery services. So our industry, if you can follow me, is Division of Department of Public Safety, Division of State Police. They dictate equipment requirements and performance standards. That's it. Another state agency that runs in parallel, they dictate compensation and they enforce regulations. The disconnect between these two state agencies comes from, I'll try and put it in layman's terms. You have Department of Public Safety says, you know, you have to have all this equipment. The Department of Motor Vehicles says you cannot charge for this equipment. You can only, per the statute, the current statute says you can only charge for labor. So there's a disconnect between these two. So when we presented some of the language in section 1 from may to shall, the intent with that was to have motor vehicle deal with equipment costs. That's it. And it's only going to benefit not only our industry, so we can get paid for the equipment, the huge expenditures that we have to be able to qualify to be able to do highway work. It's also going to provide, it's going to remove the ambiguity within the current regulations that's problematic, because now you're going to have clarity. You know, you're going to know that, hey, this piece of equipment costs this piece of equipment costs this. It's going to remove all that conflict, and it's going to be consistent. The two state agencies there'll be some consistency between the two. So, you know, to sum it up, in my opinion, the three things that need to happen with the Department of Motor Vehicle regulations are, you know, the private property towing needs to be separated from non-consensual police towing. Section 14-66 of the Connecticut General Statutes needs to be amended to make equipment costs a mandatory factor when determining the rates for non-consensual towing and recovery services. Equipment costs are the most important factor when determining rates for fair compensation. And then lastly, this is a suggestion that I think will, if this does materialize where you can carve out a fix to this, the Department of Motor Vehicles needs to establish a separate category specifically for hourly equipment charges, which are utilized in conjunction with what they call currently exceptional services. The reflection of each cost of each piece of equipment that is.
Excuse me, Mr. Hilario, you're at your 3-minute marker.
Okay, thank you. Each piece of equipment that is mandated by the state police, now we'll be able to drill it down for each cost for that piece of equipment. So the suggested amendments would force DMV to deal with equipment costs. It would not only provide consistency between the two state agencies, it would also provide balance, eliminate.
Excuse me, Mr. Hilario, once again, if you can please wrap up.
It exists with the current regulations, as well as the disconnect between two state agencies that govern our industry.
Thanks, Mr. Hilario. I really appreciate your testimony. I know Senator Wong has a question, followed by Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Hilario, and I appreciate the effort that you took to submit your testimony. And for those that are part on the committee and those that are watching, it's a exceptional explanation what you aren't able to fully articulate in a 3-minute testimony. For me, can you talk a little bit about that disconnect? The fact that the two state agencies that govern your industry, the Department of Public Safety, which is division of the state police, governs the equipment and the standard of equipment that you have to be able to possess in order to provide the services that road safety. You actually included in your testimony an example from the South Perry Police Barracks of the equipment, and Mr. Vibert talked about the rotator that cost $1 million that serves to increase efficiency for freedom of movement on our roads from 8 hours, 9 hours to 4. That eases traffic, but you're paid on a compensation basis of an hourly basis. So the disconnect with one part of our state agency that says you have to provide the best equipment that money can buy, and in some cases in excess of $1 million, you do it, you buy it. Then on the other end, you have the Department of Motor Vehicle will make determinations on only your labor, only the work that you do on a labor basis, on an hourly basis. Is that correct? And does that disconnect create so much of the confusion in regards to Section 1 when you go before the public hearing within the DMV? Those factors aren't accounted for in the cost that you have to do business. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that disconnect? Because I don't think a lot of people fully understand that.
Yes, I'd be glad to, and thank you for that opportunity. The disconnect between these two state agencies comes from the conflict that exists in the current Department of Motor Vehicle regulations, because there is no statutory authority within the Department of Motor Vehicles to provide compensation for equipment costs specifically. Okay, so you have again, in layman's terms, you have the Division of State Police who govern equipment. So to drill it down a little further, they want to eliminate guys trying to get on this rotation list and taking care of tractor trailers rolled over on 84 and jamming up Hartford with just the bare minimum. Because what happens is, for lack of a better word, a circus is out there and nobody can get home and doctors can't get to surgeries. I mean, it is like throwing a rock in the pond and watching the rings grow when you have that type of situation. So with that said, the Connecticut State Police and the Department of Transportation together with the Connecticut Towing Association said, listen, what can we do to improve the highway being open and the roads being open, because Connecticut is heavily dependent on the ability of free movement. So we don't want a circus out there. What do we need? And they looked at a multitude of different states. And they said, these are the best methods and practices. This is the best equipment, lane closures, secondary accidents. So the Towing Association, along with the Department of State Police, as well as the Department of Transportation, they formulated these high standards for equipment rates, or for equipment. But that's as far as it goes. They regulate equipment and performance standards. Performance meaning that right down to where, you can't have like convicted felons servicing the highway. Okay. I mean, they go as much as, they want you to treat everybody with respect, and they hold you accountable, right down to, we want you to have the best equipment. Okay. So they've over the years have evolved with their regulations. Department of Motor Vehicles, a lot of the regulations that govern us haven't been touched since 1998. 1998. So what happens is there's a disconnect when you have one state agency saying, listen, we have this vision. Okay, but this other state agency is, and I'm not pointing the finger at them, it's just they're behind with the regulations in a multitude of ways. And what happens is it's unfair to the towing guys that are spending tens and tens of thousands and millions of dollars. And that's not an exaggeration to do. I'm talking big tractor trailers on the highway. One truck is $1 million, and they don't give you 30 years like a house to pay for it. They give you 5, maybe 7 if your credit score is above 780. That's it. So it's a huge, huge capital investment, and you can't just have one. You got to have a minimum of two. So it's tremendous. So, so that disconnect comes between there's a gap between the two state agencies. And we're just looking, with that language change, we're just looking to close that gap. So Department of Motor Vehicles will take into consideration equipment costs. Okay, and once you get that gap closed, in order to drill that down further and really fix the problem, is they establish a separate category, because the category is there already on the Department of Public Safety. They give us a list. Here's this equipment. You got to have, and there's specific equipment. Here's this list. But on this side with Department of Motor Vehicles, it doesn't exist. So that's the gap. And I think that's a reason why that you have a lot of businesses, small businesses like myself, falling out of the business in Connecticut.
I think it's important to note that, I mean, the disconnect, and thank you for explaining that, because you have our commission on desks and state police in concert with Department of Transportation that respects that the freedom of flow in traffic is critical and safety, that you have state-of-the-art equipment investment, and they put that and they refresh that all the time. And your members are, and you particularly meet up to those standards, and you willingly do so because it's an investment in your business, right? You do that. That's one part of the state guidelines that you have to meet to be able to do business in Connecticut. But on the other part, when you apply on the public hearing in the DMV department, those material costs are explicitly excluded in your rate request consideration. To me, I'm thinking that it's sort of like a surgeon, and I think you use that analogy, who makes an investment in an MRI machine or an X-ray machine, and it's a state of the art, but you can't charge it for business operating expenses. You can't recover that in your rate. Would that be a fair statement? The fact that the disconnect not only is one department not talking to each other, but it's affecting your ability. In one end, you're making capital and financial investments to do what is absolutely the right thing to do, to maintain public safety, efficiency, and the highest standard of exceptional service. But at the same time, you're kept at, 1998 standards of reimbursement without taking light of the investment that you made, and you're running upstream on this. Would that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say that a lot of the regulations that govern us on the motor vehicle side, some of those regulations haven't been touched since 1998. We've had, I want to say, crumbs increases, maybe I think one in 2012 and I think 2008 or 2018. Speaking to like car towing, like police ordered car towing, I think the mileage rate is from 2008. So I think that, everybody in this room can understand that, the costs of everything in 2008 compared to now there is no comparison. So that's just one small thing. It really, the Department of Motor Vehicles, that state agency, the regulations that govern our industry completely need a complete overhaul. That's what really needs to happen. And we need help.
The second question I have is, I'll be a devil's advocate in saying, the insurance companies, car insurance company says, look, I changed the rate, I accommodate your business, and I increase your rate, you increase the cost of insurance to my consumers. What do you say to that? For me, my initial read is, the insurance company pass on any incremental costs to the ratepayers already. What do you say to that if people are saying, look, I increase your rates, you're still in business. If I increase your rates, the insurance company is going to foot the bill and it's going to cost the consumer. How do you answer that?
Well, I think there's a multitude of factors that drive that. I think, if you're a good operator and you have controls in place so you don't have mishaps, then your losses are going to be lower. Part of the part of the insurance industry, I think some of their prices and their rates are driven a lot in by risk. As Mr. Vibert had said, what we do on the highway is extremely dangerous. There's a lot more probability of us getting hit on the highway, as well as the motorists that are sitting there longer than they need to be. The probability of them getting hit is much higher. So that's all risk. So I'm not sure if I answered that correctly, but you know, I'm not sure if I could. You'd have to reword it for me to answer that a little better.
Well, I think it's important to have the public hearing. I believe this may be the first time that your industry has been able to explain the complexity of your business and to be able to share a different light from the residential and the trespass and some of the bad actors in the business. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to have that conversation. And my hope is that, you know, the division of state police, as well as DMV, who listens to this legislative process, understands how the potential disconnect of one department not talking to each other impacts your ability to do your business. On a third point, just wanted to ask for your help. 40-year business, stellar reputation in the marketplace, as many of the members of your association have testified. Would you all commit? And I know Mr. Senna, as Chairman Lamar cited, has been very collaborative in working with the committee in the past. Would you ideally be open to participating to weed out the bad actors? As a person in the business, you've heard stories about your industry and the bad actors. What would you suggest that we do as a complement of Section 2 and 5, which is trying to address the issue? And I greatly appreciate the efforts of this bill. I'm in strong support of Section 1, but 2 and 5, what would you think to weed out the bad actors?
Okay, Sections 2 and 5, trespass, private property towing. In 40 years of business, I think just last year I did my first private property tow. It's not something I do. It's not my business model. You know, that's going to be, and this is why I said that I think that Sections 2 through 5 need to fall off this bill, because everybody that's involved really needs to sit down at a room and they need to hear everything, because, you know, I understand that there's a need to strike a balance to protect some of these poor people that have been victimized. But there's also a very strong point that I think people are glazing over, and that's the property owner. Okay. Because, you know, I think, you know, the property owner is trying to find some kind of protection. Okay. And somewhere's in the middle, some of these tow guys they're decent people are getting caught in the middle. And it sounds like, and I don't know enough about that industry, it sounds like there's retaliation maybe from condo associations or people that own that property with problematic tenants that might be going on. You know, I can't speak intelligently enough. There are some other people in my industry that are here that's primarily what they do. They would probably be the best to answer those questions. My forte is commercial and police towing, more so on the heavy duty side in our industry, as we call tractor trailers and box truck, the big commercial equipment. That's if this committee or either state agency that govern us needed help to drill down a fix for this for once and all, I'll offer my time. I mean, it's that important, and it's that imperative that something happens.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hilario. I appreciate it. And as I said to the other towing entities, thoughts and prayers to you and your employees as you're out on the road. And I've had an opportunity to talk to some of the people that your organizations and your companies have been able to help people on the road and the scary times that they had. So I know for all the bad stories you may hear sometimes, I want to acknowledge the fact that the work that you all do to ensure that people who have breakdowns on the highways are able to get their cars out and get to safety. So thank you very much for your thoughts. And I'm appreciative of you raising this awareness to this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My question's been answered, but thank you for coming here to see us and your very thorough testimony and explanations. I didn't even know how much I didn't know about towing. So this has all been very helpful, and you shed a lot of light on this. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. And yes, thank you, Mr. Hilario. I don't see any other questions online either, so appreciate you.
Thank you.
Is Joseph Guarino in the room? Good afternoon, Mr. Guarino.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Joe Guarino. I'm the Director of Operations for Central Groups. We operate multiple towing, recovery, and repair facilities throughout Connecticut, and we've been in business for over 100 years. I'm here to discuss Bill number 6657. Our interest lies in Section 1. So sections 2 through 5, I'm much more interested in Section 1, which is the need for change in required equipment charges. There are two bodies which govern our industry. One is public safety and the other is Department of Motor Vehicles. Public safety dictates the equipment required for police towing, highway cleanup and recovery. There's a disconnect between the two, and the language used in the regulation put forth by the DMV does not allow for towers and recovery companies to charge accordingly. The language in the law states exceptional services, meaning labor only, which does not cover the direct cost for any type of special equipment required by the Department of Public Safety. The capital expense demanded to meet the criteria set forth by public safety costs over $1 million, and this does not include the additional heavy-duty equipment permitting required by the state of Connecticut or the 5-year tax exemption, which is not being honored by towns. There's a large gap in oversight on these issues. Other states bordering us have changed these regulations to reflect the cost to the tower. Connecticut is behind the curve when it comes to charges. We need to remove any room for interpretation in the language which governs our charges and set forth a solid scale which can be abided by, leaving no room for interpretation or opinion. So in closing, I'd like to address trespass. It was put into this bill, but it's not related really to public safety or highway recovery, heavy duty recovery for the police departments. So I believe it should be separated completely and discussed in another arena. I appreciate your time and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Guarino. I don't see any questions online or in the room. So thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Ruth Grove. Good afternoon, Ms. Grove.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to all the members of the committee for hearing my testimony. I am Ruth Groby from Farmington, and I am following up with a personal story to expand on the testimony of Barbara Davis from Iris and in support of HB 6656. And I'm one of a group of church volunteers who is working with an Afghan family. There are 7 of them, 5 children and the husband and wife. And they are trying to make it in America after the father of the family risked his life many times in Afghanistan to as a driver for the US military. And he's struggling with English. He does have a job that does not require English proficiency, But what it does require is 3 hours on the bus every day to get to and from work. As soon as he gets home, he goes to an English as a second language class 4 times a week and has to ride a bike in order to do that. And then a 5th time on Saturday. And his expertise is in driving. He knows how to drive, but what he can't do is to get a learner's permit because he can't pass the test at the DMV. And it just would seem as though we could manage to change the way the regulations are to allow Afghan Americans who've helped us so much in the past to be able to get their driver's license and to assimilate into American society. So thank you very much for listening to this testimony.
Ms. Groby, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Thank you so much for taking the time for your testimony and for your patience.
Thank you.
And it looks like we are up to Justin Farmer.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Farmer. Cannot see you, but we hear you. Up, and we see you.
My apologies. Give me 2 seconds. Good afternoon, distinguished members. The co-chairs, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, other distinguished members. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear these issues. I'm here today to speak in favor of Bill 6657, an act concerning non-consensual towing, in specific items 2 through 5 of the bill. I'm here on bequest of my constituents. There has been a great deal of concern in Hamden around non-consensual towing. We've had issues where FedEx trucks have been towed. We've had issues where pharmacy trucks, pharmacy cars dispensing important medicines to people have been towed, and people with chronic disabilities, their cars being towed. There is definitely a need to split the concerns around highway safety, right, and towing in terms of these facilities. And so I think we, right, can come to some way to figure that out. Y'all can come to some way to figure that out. I do know, right, as legislators, right, we make laws for the most good and try to figure it out. And so we do know that this is a problem. We do know that consumers aren't protected currently. I agree with Senator Wong, right? Like if there's a car on the side of the road, we don't want to have a car on the side of the road either backing up traffic or obscuring people's vision. Something that I see when I go down south, you'll just see abandoned cars on the highway there for months. That's not something that I think any of us want to see. But in terms of this particular situation, a situation that by this towing company and multiple landlords, this is not just a Hamden issue, right? This is an issue that's being perpetuated across the state. And so the only last thing that I can say, right? I think it's so important that multiple avenues of a currency be accepted, right? I've heard multiple occasions, right, where constituents have had their cars picked up by a tow truck and then be asked to Venmo or send a cash app to pay for their car to be dropped in the lot, right? It's clear that, right, cash is accepted, but we also need to create other avenues so that people can have access to their cars. The parts of the bills that I have problem with, right, 20 miles is excessive for commuter communities such as mine, right? Where the average person isn't traveling more than 3 to 5 miles to get to work.
Excuse me, Mr. Farmer, just a heads up, you're past the 3-minute marker.
So in summation, I'll just say that there needs to be a fix, but we can't wait until next session, right? And so any way that I can help, any way that I can partner, please feel free to reach out. And if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. I appreciate your willingness to see things from multiple angles on this, and appreciate your offer to help. Seeing no hands, seeing almost no people. I thank you very much for your testimony and for your patience today.
Safe travels. Thank
you. You as well. Is Craig Orlin in the room? Online?
Yes, I am online.
There we are. I do see you online. Apologies.
Right. No problem. Thank you very much. My name is Craig Orlin. I'm here on behalf of the American Honda Motor Company to discuss House Bill 6654. Let me begin by expressing our strong support and appreciation for the committee's desire to help improve recall safety completion rates. Under federal law, automakers are required to notify consumers of safety defects in our vehicles and provide a remedy free of charge to impacted vehicle owners. This is a responsibility we take very seriously. Our goal is to repair 100% of vehicles impacted by a safety defect in a timely manner. At Honda, we don't just consider this a legal obligation, we consider it a moral one as well. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts of automakers, millions of vehicles are operating on the road with open safety defects. This doesn't just jeopardize the safety of the driver, but passengers, future owners, and other road users are also at risk. This legislation calls for repair professionals to provide notice to consumers about open safety recalls. While we support any additional touch point with consumers about safety defects, in practice, most repair professionals already do this, and it's not terribly effective. We believe that a more effective method would be to model programs in Maryland and Ohio, where the state provides supplemental notifications of safety defects when vehicles are registered and inspected. The reason people don't act on getting recalls repaired quickly largely falls into two categories. The first is that they're unaware of a recall, or it's not a major priority for them. In terms of awareness, vehicle defects generally become known later in a vehicle's life when ownership of that vehicle may have changed hands several times. Because automakers are informed of transactions involving our vehicles on the secondary market, this can make it very difficult to track down those owners. Because Connecticut law requires all vehicle owners to regularly register and inspect their vehicles, this model would ensure timely notification to all vehicle owners in the state, regardless of where they got their vehicle. The second hurdle I mentioned is some owners simply don't make it a priority to take advantage of these free recalls. While most owners recognize the importance of getting their vehicles repaired, others ignore the notices from manufacturers and dealers for any number of reasons. Getting this information from an independent and trusted source like the DMV has proven to motivate many owners to act. As a result, we respectfully ask this committee consider implementing a similar program in Connecticut, which I've explained in more detail in my written testimony. Automakers recognize that the responsibility to repair these vehicles ultimately falls on us, but we need the support of the state governments to help us get these vehicles fixed and save lives. We welcome the opportunity to work with the committee on this issue, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Orlin, for providing testimony on this topic. When the committee was exploring this, we were informed about a database that would be easily accessible by, body shops, repair institutions, what have you, and they could simply look up the vehicle by VIN number and be told right away whether or not that vehicle had an open recall on it. Is that the case? And is that something you mentioned some other states and things that in ways in which those states are playing an active role in providing recall information to new owners? But is there an easier way, I think is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our industry worked closely with Carfax, and we've put together a database that's accessible for DMVs, repair shops, pretty much anyone to look these up. I think it recently reached over 2 billion notifications as well. So what's happening in Ohio and Maryland is when the DMV is registering somebody, they'll access that database. It takes about 13 to 14 seconds and inform consumers that they have an open recall that needs to be repaired.
So you see the time of registration as being the key here, for the DMV to play an active role in searching that database as opposed to a vehicle repair shop?
So when somebody goes to an OEM repair shop, that they're already having that service performed. But for any number of reasons, we do think inspection and registration makes more sense. People may be getting their vehicles repaired out of state. They may not be regularly servicing their vehicle or doing oil changes themselves. And independent repair shops may be a little reluctant to direct customers to OEM repair shops who can perform these repairs for free for consumers. So there's a couple of hurdles there. We think the inspection and the registration makes the most sense because every vehicle owner has to go through those steps on a regular basis.
Okay, interesting. Because I also wonder if, what the consumer would do with that information. I mean, in most cases, we hope that the consumer is getting it fixed, but when they're told about a recall, when they're at an OEM repair shop, for example, they're going to get it fixed right then and there, as opposed to finding out at vehicle registration, they have this piece of information and they may or may not do something with it.
Correct. So we send millions of pieces of mail out to consumers all the time about recalls, and a lot of people will admit to just throwing them away. They think we're trying to repurchase their vehicle or that it's a sales marketing tool. Hearing about these things from trusted sources like the state government, people take it a lot more seriously. And we've seen a significant uptick in Ohio and in Maryland as a result. There's about 25% of vehicles on the road right now have open safety recalls, which equates to about 1.2 million vehicles in Connecticut. In those states where these programs are still very new, we're in the high 88% completion rate. So having that notification at those points has made a very significant increase.
And could you just let me know, for my own edification, if there is a recall on a vehicle, that recall must be remedied by an OEM repair shop. Is that correct?
That's where consumers can get it repaired free of charge. Yes.
Okay. So if it's an independent repair shop, they could repair and take care of the recall, but it would not be free of charge.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't see any hands raised. So again, thank you for your time and testimony today, Mr. Orland.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Lori Sweet, who I see online, followed by Carrie Stockman. Welcome, Ms. Sweet.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair People Cohen and Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Lori Sweet, and I'm an at-large representative on the Hamden Legislative Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you in support of HB 6657 today. I represent more than 60,000 constituents in the town of Hamden, many of whom own cars. This bill has the ability to positively impact those owners in Hamden and across the state of Connecticut. Everyone has the right to quiet enjoyment, but I can assure you that many residents live in daily fear of predatory towing practices. Several weeks ago, I visited a property following a fire to speak with the victims. During the hour that I was parked, I checked 6 times to make sure my own car wasn't being towed, as currently there's no signage regarding parking. I've heard of caregivers being towed, sick family members, the elderly, disabled, a mother unloading a birthday cake from her car for her child's birthday, parked for less than 10 minutes. The list goes on and on. In one particularly egregious case, a vehicle owner had to pay $587 in cash for a tow over 20 miles away. At this same complex, residents face a $75 fine for attempting to discuss towing with the property manager. And at the same complex, there is no signage about towing. In other words, there's no way for those parking on site to review the rules and therefore avoid a violation. Requiring towing companies to be open during normal business hours and weekends is hugely helpful. There's nothing more frustrating than finding someone to give you a ride, arranging childcare, getting cash out of the ATM, driving 23 miles from home, only to find that the tow company is closed. Having your car towed is disruptive, frustrating, expensive, and upsetting, especially when the owner of the vehicle is never given a reason for the tow in the first place. The protections laid out in HB 6657 will offer some safeguards to vehicle owners. Before I briefly offer suggestions, I would just like to take a moment to thank the investigators at the DMV who are dutifully following up on Hamden residential complaints regarding towing. I would suggest a 10-mile limit on the distance of tow companies. A 20-mile limit is mentioned in Section 1 and Section 5. And I mention this because of the non-consensual fee. Part of that fee is based on mileage. I would add the address of the towing company to the notice affixed to the vehicle during the 24-hour period, as well as the tow company's hours of operations, and that's in Section 3. And finally, I would change the hold period to 48 hours, which is outlined in Section 3. I commend you all for hearing the concerns of Hamden constituents and for responding with HB 6657. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sweet. Obviously, a serious issue in the city of Hamden. So I appreciate you coming forward and sharing your testimony and thoughts with us with respect to this proposal before us today. We've heard from a lot of different folks with different ideas on how we can improve the legislation. I wonder, I don't know if you were listening to any of the towing companies. I wonder if you have any thoughts on police non-consensual towing and how we might differentiate between the two based on the testimony we heard from some of the towing companies today. Again, if you didn't hear that testimony, happy to expand or let you off the hook completely.
Yeah, I've been listening on and off. I have apologies for dogs and kids in the background. I think there is a difference. I think we blanket statement non-consensual towing, and I think it's a difference when you're involved in a motor vehicle accident. You have police that are contracted with a particular towing company, and it's an emergency situation where the vehicle needs to be moved so that traffic can continue. So I'd say that is one particular part of towing company's business, and I think the tow company owners have articulated, they've used the word trespassing or trespass tow, and I think maybe that's the way to go about what we are talking about is happening so commonly in Hamden. I do appreciate the risks that tow company workers take to keep us safe and clear accidents. And I just think that this is, it's just a separate situation. And, we keep seeing these predatory practices, which of course you're not seeing when it's involving a motor vehicle accident or something with the police.
Yeah, I appreciate that that distinction and the recognition of it. So I think we have our work cut out for us as a committee as we draft this proposal. I don't see any other hands raised. So again, thank you, Ms. Sweet, for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Carrie Stockman, followed by Catherine Clark. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about HB 6656, and I am Carrie Stockman. I live in West Hartford, and I'm here to urge you to offer Connecticut residents with limited English proficiency a chance to pass the learner's permit test and earn a driver's license. I speak for so many of our team who couldn't be here today, and for so many of our evacuees who are busy working and earning a living. We could fill with a number of people who took the test on a special test day in December. 80 people were desperate to pass that test in Dari and Pashtu, and they were here, and we could fill this room with them and many, many more. I'm on the Trinity Episcopal Refugee Resettlement Team. we sponsor an Afghan evacuee who was an experienced driver and served in the US military, served not in it, but served the military at great personal risk and truly horrific personal cost in Afghanistan. He would not be in Connecticut if our government hadn't airlifted him out, acknowledging the mortal danger that he and his family face in Afghanistan because of his service to our troops. You've heard the stories about him because he does go he takes a 3-hour bus. He goes to English classes at night, and he's doing remarkably well in English, but he can't do well enough to learn to pass the permit test. I had planned to talk about the Civil Rights Act and the 1% threshold, but you've already heard about this so many times. I just have one question. Under the Civil Rights Act, how many people have to speak the same language before their rights are granted and they have access to a learner's permit test in their language? I love this law because it doesn't try and pick and parse and depend on census and depend on counts that are 10 years old. We're 9 years away from the next census data. And since our last census, the Pashto speaking population has more than doubled in Connecticut. So we can't wait for that. And so many people have spoken to this so well, so I won't. But I do want to switch gears and just ask that as the cost of providing the test upon request, which is what we're saying, as you consider the cost to that, don't forget the current cost to these people, our friends who are limited English proficient, and they have lost earnings, lost learnings, lost experiences for growing children whose futures are impacted, significant lost tax revenues to the state. Consider all of that when you put together the dollars, and consider Barbara's offer for translators who will provide real and valid translations, but please, please, please do not use Google Translate. It's a disaster when you're trying to do, especially, I mean, think 30% of the people pass the test, don't pass the test.
Excuse me, Ms. Stockman, just a heads up.
Thank you. Thank you. The failure rate, even in English, has been reported as 30% in Connecticut. So it's tough and the translations have to be good. We know there are thousands of Connecticut residents whose lives are severely limited by access to a driver's license, access to better jobs, ESOL classes, food shopping, medical appointments, and even Little League because they can't pass the test in English. My friend can drive and will pass the road test.
Excuse me, Ms. Stockman.
He can read the road signs, but he just can't read the learner's permit test in English. Please give him a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stockman. And I share so many of your sentiments about this. So I appreciate you sharing your testimony and taking the time to write it and read it to us today and make all of those very well taken points on my end anyway. I do wonder a little bit, and I think you made this point and being able to read the road signs, because we have heard pushback in the past, like, well, how would these folks who are English language learners understand enough to be able to take a road test or be able to read the signs? And obviously that takes one level of proficiency. Well, taking reading a driver's manual and taking these written tests or online tests, if you will, takes a whole other level of proficiency. And so I thank you for pointing that out. I do not see any hands raised.
Can I just comment on that? I actually had a friend ask me the same question about, well, my gosh, if they can't, they can't read English. We offer now in this state 9 languages besides English already. So someone has already determined way back when that you don't have to be able to read English. Just as you said, it's a different level. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Whoops.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we're all set. So it looks like, is there anybody else left in the room whom would like to testify? Okay, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Sam won't have to chase me off. I'll be very quick. My name is Mike Riley. I'm a registered lobbyist, but I'm not here as a registered lobbyist. I'm representing myself based upon my experience after having retired from the Motor Transport Association of Connecticut for 5 years. I served for 29 years as the president of the State Trucking Association. And over that period of time, the issue of commercial motor vehicles on the Wilbur Cross and Merritt Parkways arose frequently, more frequently after we began to get GPS-based navigation systems that would help people unfamiliar with the roads in a certain area to find their way. Some truckers took those and started to use them as their way to guide their way up through Connecticut. And often that GPS system would direct them onto the Wilbur Cross and Merritt Parkway. And when a commercial vehicle goes onto the Wilbur Cross Parkway or Merritt, the state police say their phones light up like it's a nuclear disaster because everyone in their car calls to report that errant trucker. The system has improved over the years, and now commercial truckers can get a system that identifies areas where they cannot go, and things have improved. Over the years, I argued many times against fines that were onerous, $500 fines for anybody who went on that highway when they weren't doing it purposely. They were being led there by technology that they didn't really understand. It really wasn't suited to their purpose. The last time I testified before a legislative hearing was the Judiciary Committee in 2019. They had the bill that you've got before you today before it. This is the solution, I think. This is the right way to do it. Instead of hitting somebody $500 for a fine for being on a highway they're not sure they shouldn't be on because they've been directed to it, you hit them for $150, and that gets their attention. And if anybody's stupid enough to come back to Connecticut and go on that highway, hit them $500 every time they do it, and I think they'll learn their lesson. So you've got a good bill here. I think you should pass it. It's Senate Bill 15. There is another bill in the Judiciary Committee that goes back to the $500 for each and every time. And I don't think, some of these guys don't make a lot of money and some of them are not that sophisticated. So this is the prudent and decent way to deal with this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. It looks like you have a question from Representative O'Day.
Oh, no.
Actually, just a comment, Ms. Riley. It's nice to see you up there. I think I was present during your last testimony, and appreciate you coming before us, and it's good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands raised, I appreciate you coming up to testify and being with us all day today.
You know, I tried to get in the queue to get out of here earlier, but as is usually the case when it's me and a computer, I did it wrong. So I have punished myself and you as well by staying around until I was called.
Well, we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank
Be
you
well.
and good night. Thank you all for
And
staying.
that concludes our public hearing for today. Everybody drive safe.